tonight's meeting. I declare this meeting open at 7 o'clock and welcome everyone to this public meeting. I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. I extend that respect to any Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander person here this evening. It is my prayer that as elected representatives, we speak respectfully and consider the needs of all current and future residents, as well as the impacts on the environment in which we live. Now, we have a lot of decisions to make tonight regarding community and sporting facilities, and we have residents in the gallery who are here to watch how council makes these decisions. It is likely going to be a long meeting. And so for this to work efficiently, I would appreciate it if everyone present in this room allows us to make decisions free of interjections so that we can make the best possible decisions for the community. In particular, I would like to call out a few rules and expectations. First, we will have one person speaking at a time. The councillors will signal to me their interest and I will invite each of them to speak where appropriate. Secondly, the public has the right to attend this meeting as an observer. However, members of the public gallery are here to observe in silence so as to allow the councillors to focus on decision making. That means that if there is clapping, booing, talking, ringtones or any other distractions, then I will pause the debate and warn that person. If the behaviour continues, then I may exercise my right under clauses 15.14 and 15.17 of the Code of Meeting Practice to expel that person or group of people for the remainder of the meeting. Clause 15.13 also allows me to adjourn the meeting for up to 15 minutes to break up the disorder. If we want to avoid the pain of going through this process, then please observe in silence. Number 3, as per clause 5.31 of the Code of Meeting Practice, this council meeting is being recorded and it is being made available live via the council website. Only councillors and staff will be shown on camera, and if you want to sit with friends and commentate on what you see in the council meeting, then I encourage you to view the live stream somewhere else. For the councillors participating in this meeting, I would also ask them under clause 5.30 to refrain from making potentially defamatory statements. Number 4, clause 2.1 of the Code of Meeting Practice outlines a principle for all meeting attendees to treat each other with respect and to behave in a way which contributes to the orderly conduct of the meeting. In particular for councillors, this means that their speeches and questions should remain on topic and genuinely focused on exploring the issue at hand, rather than on casting others in bad light. As chair, I will be ruling speeches and questions as out of order if I believe that what is being said is not consistent with our meeting principles in clause 2.1. Number 5, what was that? So yeah, if you have a mobile phone, please set it to silent. 5, if any councillor would like to raise a point of order as per clause 15.1 of the Code of Meeting Practice, I ask that they not assume that looking at me with concern will suffice. Instead, I ask that they turn on their mic and say point of order. I will then pause the timer and allow the councillor to raise their concern. And finally, council may close part of the meeting to deal with certain confidential matters in accordance with Section 10A of the Local Government Act. These discussions will not be open to the public or the press and will not be webcast. Also, it was recently expressed to me that there was a particular discussion where a member of the community was identified in the October 2023 Ordinary Meeting of Council that should not have taken place. As chair, I apologise for having allowed the conversation to take place and engaging in the discussion myself. And going forward, I will be shutting down discussions where a matter is considered inappropriate. So first of all, do we have any apologies from councillors? No, because everyone is here. Do we have any apologies by staff?
There are no apologies from staff, Mr. Mayor.
Disclosures of interest by councillors. Any disclosures? Deputy Mayor Kay.
I have a conflict of interest for, 1 second, C1, which is the shortlisted suppliers. I've been recently elected to the LGMSW board, which is connected to a trading name on our list of suppliers.
All right, thank you. Any other disclosures of interest? No? Any disclosures of interest by staff?
Mr. Mayor, also for C1, which is procurement of consultant to assist with the recruitment of the GM, all staff will leave during consideration of this item, except for those asked by the Mayor to stay to assist Council.
All right, thank you. Now, documents circulated to councillors. Are there any documents circulated in the councillors' papers to be dealt with at the appropriate time during the meeting?
There are, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, there's a memo from the corporate lawyer dated 6 December 2023 regarding GB7, which is analysis of the Land and Environment Court costs for the first quarter. There's also a memo from the Director of Operations dated 12 December 2023 relating to GB9, which is the 6 months trial of the park bench. There's also a memo from the Director of Strategy and Environment dated 11 December 2023, which is on GB11 and GB14 regarding NSFA owner's consent. There's also a petition, PT1, about proposed DA 370-23, objection submitted by a resident of Kokoda Avenue, Wahroonga. There is also a mayoral minute about the trickle of information regarding housing density changes dated today, 12 December 2023. There is also a supplementary report, GB14, NSFA Sports Grant request for owner's consent. And lastly, there is a supplementary report, C2, a confidential item on the Linfield Village Hub.
All right, thank you. And are there any reports to be considered in a closed meeting and not released to the press and public?
There are, Mr. Mayor. For item C1, there is a report for procurement of external consultant to assist with recruitment of the General Manager with attachments. For GB9, the 6 month trial of the park bench, there are attachments 2 and 3. And for GB12, Warreen Road, Roseville, former Roseville Bowling Club site, there is attachment 2 and 3. And lastly, for GB13, which is Pennant Avenue, Gordon, former bowling club site, there is attachment 4 and 5.
So
Mr. Mayor, there is also item C2, the supplementary report for the Linfield Village Hub.
okay, thank you. I seek a motion for these reports to remain confidential. Moved by Councillor Wheatley, seconded by Deputy Mayor Kay. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Now, confirmation of minutes. Can I please get a motion to confirm the minutes of the previous meeting? Moved by Councillor Pettet, seconded by Councillor Lennon. All those in favour? That is unanimous. We are up to mayoral minute now, and there is one mayoral minute number 1. It is quite a long mayoral minute, so given the length of the meeting tonight, I'm planning to just talk to it without reading the whole mayoral minute in full. Under Under clause 9.7 of the Code of Meeting Practice, I would like to move the mayoral minute, but I can also welcome someone to second the mayoral minute. So Councillor Wheatley was first, so seconded by Councillor Wheatley. I'm going to talk to this first as mover. So in the last 2 months, we've had a lot of different announcements by the state government on what may be happening across New South Wales in order to deliver 377,000 extra dwellings by 2029. Now, these announcements have not come to us all in one go, all in full detail, ready for public consultation. Quite often, these have been released slowly, a bit at a time, through the media, through the Department of Planning website, through accidental publications, through leaks, all sorts of different channels. Which is frustrating because as a council, we'd like to make plans for the future with as much possible information available, whereas what we are seeing here is little dribs and drabs of information released every few days. Now, what we do know is that there are currently being proposed 2 state environmental planning policies. What these are policies set by the state government that completely override anything that we have here in Ku-ring-gai to protect the character of this LGA. Our local environment plan and our development control plans, those all mean absolutely nothing if there is a state environmental planning policy that overrides them all. Now, from what we understand in the media, there are 2 different steps. The first planning policy is in relation to any transport hub, any business centre with a range of shops. And it's saying that you can have shop-top housing of 6 stories on top of that town or transport centre. You can have apartments in medium density zones within 800 metres of that area, whereas medium density used to be for townhouses. And within that 800 metre radius, for any residential zone that is currently zoned for low density, they will also allow terraces and townhouses, which did not used to be acceptable on low density land. They used to be acceptable only on medium density. Beyond an 800 metre radius, we are not safe either because there is a proposal for dual occupancies beyond that 800 metre radius. So basically what's being said is a proposal for significant housing density all across Sydney and all across New South Wales, an increase in housing density that will have a period of public feedback in the next month or 2, but without any real sense of consultation. The second announcement that was accidentally published on the Department of Planning website a week ago was that they had identified 30 train and metro stations around Sydney for further density increases. And out of those 30, it included Roseville, Linfield, Killara, and Gordon. What they're saying here is that within 400 metres, they will be allowing 6-storey apartments anywhere, based on what we understand. And not only is it that, there is a lot of uncertainty around what is the impact of having heritage conservation areas anywhere. So at the moment, we know we have a lot of heritage conservation along the rail corridor of Ku-ring-gai, but it appears in the media that these heritage conservation areas are under threat in the push for future housing. It's also said that within these 400 metre radius, they're going to allow quite significant increase in nightlife. So to support the nighttime economy, they will also lift restrictions on noise and ambience and things like that. Now, that's a lot to take in. It's difficult for us as a council and for the council staff as well to truly understand what's going on because the detail of each of these implementations has not been released. They say that it will come later on this month or later on next year, but without the detail, we cannot plan in effectively going forward. So we as a council have stated our objections and concerns, especially infrastructure, especially consultation, especially with regard to respecting the character of our local area, especially with regard to biodiversity. But so far, those have not gone heard. I'd like to invite other speakers. Councillor Wheatley, a seconder, would you like to speak to this?
I reserve my right, thanks.
Councillor Pettit.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. That was a lot to take in for the residents, and it was certainly a lengthy mayoral minute, and unfortunately the gallery will have to look at that online at some future point in time. So in regards to the properties that we're discussing this evening, I will throw to Director Watson. What implications do these potential changes have on the height and as far as the two bowling club sites, the Linfield Village Hub and the Marion Street Theatre, given that we are looking to put R3 on the bowling club site? So perhaps you could illuminate the gallery potentially what can be put on each of those 4 sites.
Through you, Mr Mayor. In terms of the 2 bowling clubs, you'd have to say that it's difficult to interpret the controls that have been announced so far. Both of them would be impacted differently depending on their zoning and how you measure 400 metres under the first set from either the train station or the current enterprise zones, the old business zones. And in the case of Babbage Road, it would depend on whether the shops at Babbage Road were defined as a town centre precinct. But if it was defined as a town centre precinct, that site is certainly less than 400 metres from the Babbage Road shops. So at R2 you could do the low-rise residential, which is the townhouses, terrace houses, manor houses, and at R3 you could do 6-storey apartments, as alluded to by the Mayor. And again, at less impact down at Pennant Avenue, because that is currently zoned RE1, but the same sorts of scenarios would unfold there under the R2 and R3 provisions I just talked about. In terms of Marion Street Theatre, that site is within 400 metres of Kalara train station, so you could do, and it's zoned B1, so you could do the 6-storey apartments on that site. And in terms of the Linfield Hub, that would fall under the transport-oriented development SEP, the second SEP that the Mayor alluded to. So that site would, there are some quite detailed provisions on that site which require provision of plaza, park, library, community facilities. All of those provisions would be overruled, and you could theoretically do a lower scale building with less commercial space and more apartments. They would be 6-storey buildings rather than the combination of buildings up to 9 stories as allowed at the moment. But again, it depends on how the final provisions of each of those 2 state policies are enunciated.
Thank you, Director. So in summation, where I think you've given the worst case scenarios, potentially we could have 6 stories on bowling club sites, we could have 6 stories on Marion Street Theatre, and we could have a lot of Linfield Towers potentially. So whilst our current Linfield Hub site is about 130 residents, it could be a hell of a lot more should things change. So it's certainly for the residents, I'm sure they are shocked at those numbers. I'm sure nobody here is happy with 6 stories potentially being put on a bowling club site. I'm sure the vast majority of councillors, and probably all councillors, would be appalled at the idea of whacking 6 stories on bowling club sites and the Marion Street Theatre site. The councillors, we have to be realistic. The state government is pushing on very hard, regardless of what the residents and councillors actually say. They are giving us a brave new high-density world. Unfortunately, this is not what we want. nor does the whole of Sydney want that. And given that we have a rail corridor with a lot of heritage homes up and down it, state government probably would see fit that those heritage homes can well disappear. That would be appalling. And the travesty, once it's gone, it's gone. So I would invite all residents to rally against what is being proposed. No consultation. I'm sure those that potentially voted for the Labor Party not that long ago, thinking they were getting a fresh start, might be wishing that they hadn't done. Because I'm sure if they had have known that this hand grenade that's being thrown in Ku-ring-gai, they'd have known that that was coming. They might have voted elsewhere. They might have thought a little bit differently. Unfortunately, we now know what the Labor Party's plans are for not only Ku-ring-gai and all of North Shore. So again, I will just finish in closing for the residents. Please go online, read the mayoral minute, digest what is potentially coming. Hopefully the powers that be in Macquarie Street might have second thoughts, to scale it back a little bit, or a lot, to at least consult their voters and consult their residents, consult everybody. Surely we had to deal with Frank Sartor in Part 3A, and we are still suffering with some of those developments over 10 years later. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pettit. Next we have Councillor Lennon.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Pettit, as well as endorsing all that you've said and encouraging residents and community groups to get active. As per the mayoral minute, let's be very clear that this council will not simply lie down and accept it. 6, 7 years ago, when council amalgamations looked inevitable and a fight that we could not possibly win, we fought and we won. And it was a battle like this one that's going to be waged politically. It'll be waged perhaps legally, I don't know. And it's a battle, I think, that we work with other councils across Sydney, with residents and community groups. Perhaps this is a time to revive Tony Reese's Save Our Suburbs. Because what is happening here is not simply a threat to Ku-ring-gai, but a threat to the whole city. Ku-ring-gai is not an isolated area like no other local government areas. It's a resource for the entire city. And I think we need to create a dialogue and work in this state government and assume a certain degree of goodness in them and a desire to make for the best city that we can, and to convince them that it is in all of our interests to have a city that is not simply a place that lacks people in space to live, but provides quality of life, amenity life. And that's a quality of life where nature is close by, ground is underfoot, where trees are close to your window. So endorsing everything Councillor Pettit said, let me add that council is in this effort as well. We're on the same side, and we're not going to simply accept anything that we believe is not in the interests of the people of this municipality, or indeed Sydney as a whole. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers? If not, I'll sum up. I'd just like to say that when there are more details available, we will, as a council, let you all as residents know. We want you to know what the impacts are. We want you to be able to respond if you so choose. And we do have deep concerns about what is being proposed. Let's put this to a vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Next up, we have petitions. May I ask if there are any petitions to be received? Councillor Wheatley.
I'd like to table a petition for 33B and 35 Clissold Road, Wahroonga. 70 signatures were received on this petition, and I would like the petition to be received and put forward to the appropriate officer for their attention.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Spencer. All those in favour? That is unanimous. I'm informed that there is one other petition, so I will just read it out. So this is about a development application 370/23, objection submitted by 38 Kokoda Avenue, Wahroonga. Council has received a submission objecting to the proposed development application, with 70 owners in the immediate neighbourhood who support the objection on the following basis. The proposal has not adequately incorporated stormwater and water-sensitive urban design as required by Clause 6.5 of the LEP. There are detrimental impacts on local flora and fauna, including threatened ecological community of Sydney Ironbark Dermatine Forest at Clissold Road. The scale of the development is not in keeping with the existing established character of the locality, and there are unacceptable impacts upon the local road network by increasing traffic and parking demands and insufficient arrangements for waste collection. So I move that this petition be received and provided to the appropriate officer for noting and action. That was Councillor Greg Taylor first. So all those in support? That is unanimous. That is unanimous. All right. Okay. Next up, general business. I would like to invite councillors to nominate any items on the agenda or that they would wish to have a site inspection for. Site inspections? No? General business of items to be moved without debate. Can I please ask a councillor to nominate any items on the agenda that they wish to adopt in accordance with the officer's recommendation, allowing for minor changes without debate? Councillor Spencer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to move to suspend standing order to address a business without notice. Before the GB items.
Can you please expand on this request?
Yes, I can. So do I need a seconder before I talk to it?
It's hard to...
It's an urgent business.
Okay, is there a seconder? Councillor Spencer has moved forward. Councillor Pettet? Yes?
Right.
Okay.
So there is a concern about what happened last week. There was a departure from order at the last meeting. So certain councillors are concerned about your ability to chair this meeting. And I've been asked to move this motion of no confidence in the mayor.
Okay, and I will allow this to be moved.
Thank you. And
So,
That's it.
so Councillor Spencer, as mover of the motion, would you like to please start by speaking to it?
No, not really. I think we spent a lot of time talking about it. I'll just make it very short. So, as you know, that as a mayor, you need to control, as a chair, you need to control the meeting. And you have failed on several occasions, but they were all right. They were not serious matters. But what happened last week was really serious. And that did not stop there. You carried on with talking to the residents, and you accused residents of making defamatory comments and all those things. And also, you caused councillors to start fighting each other, where the misunderstanding should have been stopped by the chair in the first place. And worst of all, instead of apologizing and accepting responsibility for this failure, this departure in order, and your failure in your ability to maintain order, you cause a lot of distress amongst the residents, and it's a very sensitive issue, so I will not repeat what it was. People here knows what it is. And you sent an email out today saying that you will clamp down on this, you will clamp down on that. Clamp down on what? You were the one that caused this. You were the one that opened the can of worms, and you want to clamp it down? You did not clamp it down. So I'll just put this, I'll end there, and the seconder might like to speak to it.
All right, seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whilst I wasn't at the forum, I certainly heard back through various sources about what happened, and it did appear to be somewhat chaotic. Unfortunately, it does seem to have got out of hand. And reading the follow-up email and emails from today in regards to what happened, and there appeared to be a lot of finger pointing, which is absolutely not acceptable. So I'm quite happy to support this vote of no confidence. We actually had it reported in the press previously that the meeting descended into a bit of a debacle, and again, that is a reflection of the chair. When hosting public forums, it is important that you are even-handed. We have a 3-minute limit. We are allowed to ask 2 questions. The questions need to be succinct, and the person can respond within 1 minute should they choose to do so. Allowing debate backwards and forwards across various agenda items during various council meetings is not productive. We have a code of meeting practice. We know you have been on council for quite a length of time, and you've seen various chairs there. And unfortunately, this is the first time in my 11 years where a councillor has actually felt compelled to move a vote of no confidence. I've seen Jennifer Anderson, Cheryl Chateau, Elaine Malicki, Councillor Spencer, myself as mayors, and never have there had to be a situation where councillors have actually moved a vote of no confidence. So I believe it is sometimes the right thing to do, to actually stand up for what you believe in. I believe there are certain better ways of doing things. Follow the code of meeting practice. If you're unable to chair properly, there are avenues to attend courses.
May I ask members of the public to refrain and stay in silence? Thank you.
And thank you for actually calling that out fairly quickly. We actually have that situation at previous forums and council meetings where sometimes you've got to have a firm hand to actually stop the nonsense that comes out of the gallery. We have to listen in silence, and unfortunately sometimes the gallery chooses to ignore that. So again, sighing from the gallery, like we said, they're either bored or they just wish to interject once again. So Councillor Spencer, it is a brave move to put this forward, but obviously you're very compelled to do so. And I do respect your integrity to put it forward, because you obviously feel that we do need to voice our disappointment, shall we say, in the chair. And I'll leave it at that.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a right of reply. We're going to vote on it, and then we will move on. Oh, Councillor Greg Taylor? Sure, okay, for Councillor Greg Taylor.
So I'd just like to speak on not in support of what's being raised right now. We all, you are relatively new to this role, and it was a very difficult meeting, but what you've done since then, through emails and communication to the residents and the councillors, I believe is beyond what you needed to have done. And I'd just like to acknowledge the good job that you've done since you have held this chair as mayor. Thank you.
While I appreciate that, I remind members of the gallery to not interject. So yeah, just take that as warning. Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Mr Mayor, I was probably the councillor that was most affected in regards to what has been brought here this evening. I will be speaking against this. I'm happy to support you in the position as chair. I do hope to see some improvement, and I believe that you've shown that you will. Thank you.
Councillor Ward.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This has come as a total surprise, and yes, it was a meeting that got out of hand. I think you did your level best to try and control it. The people in the gallery were quite passionate, and it was quite difficult to maintain them, so I think you did a very good job under very difficult circumstances. You certainly have my support, and I do not support this motion. Thank you.
I'll reply to some of the concerns. So it is true, I've been a councillor for 6 years before becoming a mayor. Now, when you become the mayor, the level of responsibility, and especially with coordinating public meetings, steps up quite significantly. And for that, I have actively sought opportunities to be trained in meeting practices. If you look through Local Government New South Wales website and material, there were not any opportunities for training on such topics until a very recent mayoral forum, where I learned a lot about how to chair meetings, but also broader topics of how to conduct myself as a mayor. I appreciate the support of other councillors here, and also the implied support of members of the public. We do know that there is a steep learning curve. I appreciate the opportunities for training that have been provided. And I'd also like to comment that I don't believe that this is the only time in 11 years that there has been a vote of no confidence. If I am correct, there was one in the council term before myself where things got quite heated as well. Now, with regard to what happened a week ago, I do admit that, well, it's very interesting because different people hear different things and react in different ways. But in summary, as a councillor and as a mayor, I should not have allowed some of the passion and some of the heat and some of the debate to go as long as it did. I fully own up to that. That is why I have completely rewritten the introduction to this council meeting, which you have all heard just half an hour ago. That is why I have had extra training on these topics. That is why I have sought advice from many councillors, from council staff, from external advisors on these matters. And I can't do anything to change what has happened in the past. But I can promise that as mayor, I can focus on the future. I can really be familiar with these 58 pages in the Code of Meeting Practice. I will do my absolute best to enforce what I believe to be in the code. And I do hope to bring it to an even higher level, because from what I understand of the Code of Meeting Practice, perhaps things have been quite lax, not just during my time, but under previous mayors as well. I can only do what has been role modelled to me. But now I am seeking external advice, external opinions of how things should be conducted at council. I've had feedback to say that no, what you've done at Ku-ring-gai isn't quite the best practice. There is an even better way. And I hope that we, together as a council, can strive for that. And finally, I'd just say that, look, last week, although that was quite heated, although that was quite passionate, I have seen much worse in previous council meetings, whether it be over sporting facilities, whether it be over heritage conservation areas. I have seen the passion, the heat, the objections. But what's really strange is that no one did a vote of no confidence when those happened. Why is it happening now? I can't comment on that. All I can do is to focus on the code, focus on enforcing the code going forward, and we will hope for the best. Now, Deputy Mayor Kay, you've got your light on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do you believe an apology should be provided to councillors and residents this evening regarding your behaviour at the last public forum? I've listened to your explanation, but I may have missed it, but I did not hear an apology.
Look, normally I would rule that out of order in light of clause 15.11D and E of the code, but I am happy to say at this point in time that I do apologise for the way in which the previous public forum was conducted and chaired, and I am happy to do my absolute best to continue improving and chair future meetings more effectively. And if there are specific residents who would like to talk to me about this, I invite them to have that conversation with me afterwards. And the same applies with councillors and with council staff. Thank you. If there are no other speakers, Councillor Spencer, you want to sum up?
Yes.
Okay, sure.
So, Mr. Mayor, I thank you, and this is the first time before Deputy Mayor Kay asked you about the apology, I heard an apology from you. This was the first time I've heard an apology from you since what happened last week. Now, you said that things were out of hand before and there was no vote of no confidence for the mayor. Why is that so? Well, because none of them blamed it on others. None of them blamed it on others. Now, the gallery do not know what happened in the back room. The emails that came from you at night and so on. I'll give you an example. If you can recall, in the first term, within the first 6 months of your election, you wrote an email to some residents saying that we are new councillors, we're on training wheels, and so we don't really know what we're doing. And I said to you, you need to retract that because you can speak for yourself, but not on my behalf. You should be ready before you put your hand up. There is no training in this job. There's no probational period. Before you put your hand up for mayor, you should be ready to chair. You cannot come on board to be mayor and then say, oh, look, I'm on training wheels, give me a chance and this and that. Then don't draw the pay, don't sit there, let someone else sit there. You can't do that. Why don't you draw a training pay? Why are you drawing a full pay? Okay, all these arguments. The reason why councillors are upset today, and I'm not affected by this at all. I'm not one of the councillors. I understand this is another ward, but I was deeply affected by the way you carried on after that night. That what happened that night wasn't that bad, but what you did after that. And worst of all was the email that you sent today. You pushed the blame on the councillors, and when I asked you, I said, if you are not advised properly, you are still the chair. And you push the blame to the acting general manager. You asked for his, yes, I have it on email. You want to see? You said you asked him and he said that this. And my response to you was, you take the blame. You are the chair, you take the blame. If I was the chair, I take the blame. I always take the blame. Right? And even when Councillor Pettit was a mayor, when there were a lot of things that were complained about his ability or inability or his unfairness or whatever, I'm not disparaging him, I'm just suggesting he took the blame. He doesn't blame it on others. All you had to do was say, look, I'm really sorry, I did that, and the matter would have been done. But no, I do not want to get up in the middle of the night to see a lecture email from you for something that I did not do wrong. Thank you.
Before we draw this to a vote, I would just like to clarify a point where I have been misrepresented as a councillor. I believe I've been misrepresented under clause 10.22. I did explain to Councillor Spencer the course of events that led to what happened a week ago, but I was not shifting blame onto the acting general manager. I was just explaining the procedure and the process under which something occurred, and that is very different to shifting blame. Now, that all being
Right of
said,
response.
no, we are putting this to
No,
a
no, you
vote
can't just
now.
open your mouth, accuse me of being misrepresenting you, and then you just shut me down. You did exactly the same thing last week. You can't do that. If you want to accuse me of something, then I have a right to respond.
Clause 10.22 says that the chair may permit a councillor who claims to have been misrepresented or misunderstood to speak more than once on a motion or an amendment and for longer than 5 minutes. And it is in order to explain the misrepresentation or the misunderstanding. So that is what I've done.
So you have
explained and
misrepresented me. 10.22.
I have been misrepresented as
Look,
shifting blame.
listen, I'm not going to go around in circles. This is the very thing that I was referring to. All you had to do was just say, look, I'm sorry, and it would have gone away. No, I have misrepresented you again. I am not in the business of providing text messages to other people to prove things. All right? So I'm just telling you that this is what it is. If you think that, if you want to take the position that I've misrepresented you, then that's fine, because we know. Thank you.
I would like to call this to a vote now. It is now a good time. Okay, let's put this to a vote. Those who are in support of the motion of no confidence, please raise your hands. We have Councillors Spencer and Pettit. Those who are against the motion of no confidence are Councillors Kay, Lennon, Smith, Wheatley, Alec Taylor, Councillor Greg Taylor, Councillor Ward and Councillor Nye. So I note that that has been defeated. We move back to general business of items to be moved without debate. Can I please ask a councillor to nominate any items on the agenda that they wish to adopt in accordance with the officer's recommendation, allowing for minor changes without debate? Councillor Spencer.
Right. So these are the GB items that I am moving without debate. GB 1, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Withdraw GB7.
sorry. So that's withdrawn. Take a note. So 8, 10, and that is it. And of course, there's the confidential attachments, C1. And I did not forget GB 14, not moving that as well.
Just to clarify, are you moving C1 without debate?
I'm
I don't
sorry,
think-
not
I don't think
C1.
I-
I'm sorry, not C1.
C2?
Was it C2? Yeah, so probably none of the Cs, right? None of the Cs. Because they're attached to some of the items here.
So just to confirm...
I'll repeat.
Yep.
Should I repeat?
Yeah, go for it.
So GB 1, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, and that is all.
I seek a seconder for that. Councillor Ward. Those in favour? That is unanimous. Are there any other items that you would like to move without debate?
I'm happy to
Councillor
move.
Greg Taylor. Yep.
I'm happy to move NM3 without debate.
And M3 without debate.
Withdrawn.
Withdrawn. Any other items?
I would like to move NM2, but with a minor change, and if anybody's uncomfortable...
Withdrawn.
Any other items to move without debate? Councillor Smith.
Mr Mayor, I would like to move GB9 as per officer's recommendation.
GB9 withdrawn. Okay. Deputy Mayor Kay. Any? Nope. All right then. So that is it for items without debate. Next up, we move on to general business consideration of reports to council. So the first item is GB2, Code of Conduct Complaint Statistics. We have Councillor Pettit.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move the officer's recommendation, and I'd like a question to ask. A seconder.
Seconded by Councillor Spencer. So Councillor Pettit.
Through you, Mr Mayor, to the Acting General Manager, and I refer to page 59 of the statistics. Now, if you look through that, you will see in section 1 where we have a number of complaints. We have 3 from the community, 1 from other councillors, which is 4 in the preceding 12 months. If you then go all the way down into section 3, the second last line, point L, the number of complaints being investigated that are yet finalised. Acting General Manager, can you advise how many Code of Conduct complaints are greater than 12 months?
Mr Mayor, I'll refer that to the corporate lawyer.
Mr Mayor and councillors, I'm afraid that's a little bit of mathematics that I might just need to indulge in on the run if it's clear from the numbers before you. Otherwise, I may need to take it on notice.
Mr Taylor, I can do the maths for you. We've got 4 there. We finalised 1. That should leave 3 yet to be finalised, and yet we have a total of 5 yet to be finalised. So that would leave 2 that I gather would be outside of 12 months. Is that your maths?
That is possible. I'm not sure whether it could be said with certainty. It might be if there is more than 2, but I'm happy to take that question on notice.
Thank you, Mr Taylor. Just for the edification of all councillors, over 12 months, is that a good thing or a bad thing? I would have thought that potentially we'd like to resolve a code of conduct within a 12-month time frame. Is there any reason that we can sort of see why they would drag on for more than 12 months? And I'll put that through, Mr Mayor, to Acting General Manager and potential Mr Taylor, if they can share some words of wisdom on this matter.
Sure.
Mr Mayor, I can't comment on the previous Code of Conduct complaints that I wasn't involved in. We'd probably have to take that on notice if you wanted information on the individual complaints.
Acting General Manager, I think that makes good sense, but it is worthwhile investigating why certain code of conduct seem to be dragging on for an exorbitant length of time. Thank you.
I will also speak to this item. For members of the public who go to the yourcouncil.nsw.gov.au website, you can also see the Code of Conduct statistics for the prior year. 2021-2022, there were 17 Code of Conduct complaints and $0 spent dealing with the Code of Conduct complaints. Now, what I can say is that I have raised a query about this, and I hope there is a renewed focus of this behind the scenes, but that is all I am willing to say. If there are no other speakers, then let's put this to a vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Next up, we have GB3, Linfield Village Hub. I seek a motion. Councillor Alec Taylor.
I'd like to move the latest staff recommendation, the one received most recently.
Just to clarify, is that for GB3?
Yes.
Okay. So that the report be received and noted. I seek a seconder. Councillor Smith. Okay, Councillor Taylor, would you like to speak to this?
No, thank you.
Councillor Smith, a seconder, would you like to speak? No. In the absence of Councillor Pettit.
Certainly the Linfield Village Hub has taken a long time, shall we say, to get to this particular point in time, and it is unfortunate that we are not really in a position to actually progress this particular project due to the changing landscape, both through our wonderful announcements that we've received earlier this week about the changing building heights and also the removal of almost $10 million. It's certainly something that a number of councillors have worked hard to get across the line, and some more than others, and certainly with Support Linfield, they were very, very, very vocal at the last council election in trying to get various candidates up. And as we know, that with Support Linfield, they were very keen to get councillors elected in various wards. And I'm going to read you an excerpt from Linda McDonald. She posted this on Facebook. I'm the president of Support Linfield, and we did indeed raise $9,000 in donations for the purpose of campaigning. And we did spend all of that money on the campaign for 9 candidates. 6 of those candidates were elected. And those candidates that were elected, Councillor Nye, Councillor Alec Taylor in Roseville Ward, Councillor Kay in St Ives, myself in Cominara, as well as Councillor Spencer and Councillor Wheatley. So those $9,000 that they raised, certainly they believe helped get certain councillors elected. I wonder what will happen.
Just got a point of order.
And this is certainly an interesting...
So there's been a point of order by the Deputy Mayor, yes?
Sorry, I just to you, Councillor Pettit, I know you mentioned our names, but I just want to assure you that I received no financial benefit out of that $9,000, nor did I get any assistance on election day handing out. So I just wanted to clarify that may not have been the case for others, but that was the case for myself.
Councillor Pettit, you may resume.
That's quite all right, not a problem, Councillor Kay. Yes, obviously some obviously received far more assistance, and that shows the passion for Support Linfield. Now, I know that there were certain councillors or candidates that benefit far more than others with this particular campaigning. And as we know, there were flyers, and actually on Support Linfield Facebook, they promoted 2 councillors, being Councillor Alec Taylor and Councillor Nye. They were promoting these two groups, but didn't promote the other 2 groups. Now, I know that they also were very keen in letterboxing, flyer distribution. They were also keen to run Zoom meetings to promote their 2 Roseville candidates. So it has been a certain interesting process to get to this particular point in time. There's certainly $9,000 in donations spent to get certain councillors elected, And in other wards where they were not promoted or supported, the Gordon ward, being Councillors Ward and Lennon, they got elected, but the support Linfield got candidates being Kelly and Greg Cook were unsuccessful. And I know that there was some letterboxing in both Roseville and Gordon ward. So they were very passionate about trying to get this up and running. I doubt that they will be raising money to get certain councillors elected at the next council election because this project may not well proceed. And I will leave it at that.
Are there any other speakers on this item? If not, Councillor Spencer.
Sorry, I just have a question for the General Manager. So it may be confidential, so I will not mention the substantive part of my question. But we had a telephone conversation this afternoon, and in that conversation, I did seek your clarification on point 3, if you could recall.
I do, Councillor.
Yes. So has that been taken into consideration in GB3? Or is this just purely the...
Oh, sorry, Councillor. Our conversation was about item C2,
Okay.
which is a separate but related item. It's a supplementary report.
Right. Okay, so it is independent from this. I just needed that clarification. I understand we had a conversation on C2. I just wanted to seek a clarification that it has nothing to do with this.
Correct, that's correct.
Thank you,
Councillor.
thank you.
There being no other speakers, I would like to ask Councillor Taylor, Alec Taylor, to sum up.
Thanks, I have nothing to say.
So let's put this to a vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Next up, we have GB7, Review of Councillor Expenses and Facilities Policy. We have Councillor Pettit.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I have a slightly changed motion, which hopefully we'll get that up on the board. And I'll seek a second and then I'll just explain the minor changes.
Seconded by Councillor Spencer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All the change here is that we are now amending clause 7.2, which is in regards to the professional development, and having the limits changed. They were originally 11,500 in the first year and 9,500 in subsequent years. The change is bringing it down to 6,500 and 5,000 in subsequent years. Now, what brought me to this? Well, I thought 11,500 in the first year and 9,500, that's a lot of dollars being spent on professional development. I appreciate that some courses can be expensive, others are fairly cheap, you know, a couple $100. You know, the social media one that we do through LGNSW, $400, well worth it. Others are a little bit more expensive. And it got me thinking, well, let's just journey back and see if those limits that we had there were a little bit over generous. So going back through the various annual reports, 2018-19 Institute of Company Directors course, $4,000. 2021 Executive Certificate for Elected Members and Audit and Risk, LGNSW, $4,309. 2021 Professional Development Uni of New South Wales course, $8,500. 2022-23, another $4,890 for a Uni of New South Wales course for Law and Policy for Sustainable Development. Okay, these are all interesting courses. Institute of Company Directors, possibly a bit of a stretch. I don't think any of us are company directors here. While we're civic leaders, we don't necessarily have to be qualified as company directors to do this. And Councillor Smith, would you hazard a guess who all those particular expenses were racked up by?
No, I'm not, but I'm sure you're going to enlighten me.
Absolutely, Councillor Smith. All these very large ones were racked up by one individual
Point of
councillor,
order.
which is Councillor Knight.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
So there's been a point of order.
Yeah, I
Councillor
believe
Alex
that we're now making unfavourable personal remarks or possibly even imputing improper motives. I'm not sure, but they certainly feel like unfavourable personal remarks.
I do believe that to be the case. However, I think given the significant public interest on this matter, I will allow Councillor Petit to continue.
Absolutely, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And these are obviously on the public record. Anybody can look them up. We're being transparent here, aren't we? It just so happens that one councillor seems to have racked up a lot more than anybody else. Normally, councillors do tend to do local government courses. They don't tend to do an $8,500 at one course at University of New South Wales. It's a lot of money. I don't think anybody is racked up on the taxpayer or the residents so many expensive courses. Now, through you to the Acting General Manager, the Institute of Company Directors course, what is the normal cost of that? Have you got a rough idea?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I actually don't know the cost of that course, no.
That's okay. I'll just give you a rough guess. It's around the $8,500. So,
However,
I'm still discussing myself. So obviously, council and the ratepayers paid for half that course. So I guess if it's good for one councillor to do the company director's course, then all are welcome to it. I'm assuming that might be the case. However, it is ratepayers' money to do courses. We need to do that wisely. I don't think our residents get an opportunity to spend $8,500 on one course that they would like to do. Probably just doesn't pass the blood tests. I mean, many of us here have done courses, but not to this extent. I know that Councillor Kay has also done the Executive Certificate of Elected Members, and I applaud her for doing that. She did it at the same time with Councillor Kelly, if memory serves. Very good. But the other courses, I don't think it's right, and I think that's why I've actually reduced the limits down to something that's more reasonable. Thank you.
I'm going to speak. Wait, this was moved by Councillor Petit, seconded by Councillor Spencer. Councillor Spencer, would you like a seconder to speak to this?
Well, I just have a question to Councillor Jeff Petit. I thank him for moving this motion. I did not know, this amendment, I did not know that we were allowed to claim for university studies until I was informed. So my question to Councillor Petit is this. So, Councillor Petit, I hold a master's degree, a Juris Doctor degree, and a doctoral degree as well in business administration. I paid for all those by myself. Can I back claim this?
I don't believe that this question furthers the debate, so I am not going to allow it.
Because he suggested these are all courses, right? So I'd like to know what his views were.
And as I don't believe it furthers the debate, I will not allow it. But I am happy to speak against this motion first.
Sorry, it is paid after the fact? which is very similar to a claim.
So,
General Manager or someone could answer this, please. Thank you.
so Councillor Taylor. Yeah, okay, yep. So, your thoughts?
Please just follow through with your maintain order.
Yes, so let's continue. So I'm going to speak against this motion, but also to explain the circumstances under which things have happened. Look, in the last 6 years, and I believe that we all here as councillors need to train and equip ourselves to be the best possible people to serve in the roles that we are elected to fill. And we cannot fulfill our roles necessarily without the support of this professional development. Each of us have been elected with a different set of skills, a different set of strengths, a different set of weaknesses, but each of us need ongoing professional development. And I invite all residents to look through our previous annual reports and see how much councillors spend on professional development. If you think about other professions, whether you're a doctor, an accountant, a lawyer, mechanic, or nurse, all sorts of professions, teachers, preschool teachers, they all require professional development. So I invite all of you, as residents out there, look up our annual report, see who has spent time and effort in their ongoing professional development. Now, talking about the specific budget, whether it be 10,000, 5,000, whatever it is, I'm happy to go with whatever the council sets as the limit. But I'd also like to talk about what's included in it and how it's all calculated. So first, if we go traveling on a conference, so a conference to Rose Hill just a week or two ago, that was over $1,000. If we go on a conference to meet other local government councillors in Canberra nationwide, that's over $1,000 yet again. All sorts of conferences, if we're going on a tourism conference, a roads conference, whatever it is, that's all part of this professional development budget. And one of the reasons why it was set to whatever it was at the start of this council term, 10,000, and then increased later on, it wasn't my doing, I had no involvement, but I understood that other councillors had already reached their limit and they were still keen to continue developing themselves. As for my own personal spend, I am happy, and claims, I'm happy to explain that as well. The Australian Institute of Company Directors course. Courses from that organisation are promoted by Local Government New South Wales, our industry body. They are also promoted by the MVA, our Victorian counterpart in Victoria. And I looked at the 3-day course that was promoted by LGNSW, and I looked at the 5-day course, which was incrementally more expensive, but significantly more comprehensive. And I opted to go for that. And at the time, I went up to the general manager and I said, if I were to do this, here are the benefits. Would council support a part funding of that? And he said yes. So he covered half the expense. And since then, I've also served as company director with State Cover Mutual, the workers' health and safety insurer for the local government sector, and which is partly why we have lower insurance premiums than going with the default option. And that all comes from that $4,000. Now, other expenses, university. Yes, I am doing a double university master's degree in law and in business administration. All up, it's going to cost me $80,000. And so if it cost me $80,000, and if out of that $80,000, I pick certain courses which are highly relevant to the local government sector, whether it be Australian law or environmental law or sustainable development or planning and policy and future development, that sort of thing, then on each of these occasions, I would then ask, can I please make a claim, partial or in full, for this? And it is usually at the discretion of the general manager to say, yes, we support the claim, or no, we don't support the claim. And so I don't have the exact details, but to date, I believe out of $80,000, I've claimed about 12, 17, something in that tens region, but the vast majority of it I fund out of pocket. But overall, look, I support councillors to engage in professional development. I wish more councillors did that. And look, you can set the limit to whatever it is, but it is actually harming the local government sector. Next up is Councillor Alec Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just wanted to acknowledge that I have used some of the expense allowance over the last 2 years, but not come anywhere near close to using it all. I strongly endorse all councillors continuing to develop themselves in this role. I think it's invaluable to continue developing your skills, in fact, your entire life. I would like to read out from the Office of Local Government Councillor Handbook, section 2.11, the role of the governing body of council, page 13. Councillors comprise the governing body of a council in the same way that a board of directors is the governing body of a corporation. It is entirely appropriate for you to be doing that course as a director, the director's course. I would like to move the officer's recommendation as an amendment.
Seeking a seconder, seconded by Councillor Greg Taylor. So, Councillor Alec Taylor, can you please? Right, Councillor Greg Taylor as the seconder.
I'll reserve my right. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Kay.
Now that I'm speaking on this, I suppose it all relates. I also agree that professional development is really critical. The concern I have with, lowering or changing any of this would be that it's, sorry, I know I'm talking about an amendment rather than the motion, but any changes I feel, because professional development includes so many things, like as we've discussed, conferences, seminars, training, I could maybe think of a breakdown of some such, but I am happy to support this in its entirety. But if I would also support if councillors wanted to split conferences and then put training and education in a separate field, so half-half, I would be open to looking at that too, but I'm happy to support this amendment.
Next up is Councillor Spencer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for you. So you said that you sit on the board of
State Cover Mutual.
State Cover, and the money you spent on the director's course was because of that.
I did the director's course because I wanted to further myself in the local government sector.
But you said earlier that it all came from this course.
I'm saying that course also contributed to my subsequent election and nomination onto that board, yes.
Right. So when were you elected onto that board?
I was nominated, then elected to that board in November 2019.
And when did you do the director's course?
It would have been earlier in 2019.
2019.
I don't have the specific date. I'd have to look that up.
So were you in the board in the previous term?
I wasn't on the board in the previous term. However, I was a Ku-ring-gai councillor at the time, and what I learned significantly benefited my role here at council.
So which board were you with in the previous term?
So if we are talking about in 2019, I was a councillor at Ku-ring-gai councillor, and I was responsible for...
I'm talking from 2017.
2017, I wasn't on any other commercial board.
So, well, this is the LGNSW one.
So LGNSW had recommended a 3-day course run by the same organisation, that covered the,
in 2019, and that's when you took the course, is that right?
yes.
So, again, so in 2018, which board were you on?
I wasn't part of a commercial board in 2018, although I was a Ku-ring-gai councillor.
So you're not with any local government LGNSW board?
No, not at the time, although as a councillor, I was responsible for council's finances, strategy.
I understand about councillor. I understand because I was a councillor then too. And I remember that you were a councillor. I'd like to know, my question is, were you on any board in that term before 2019?
Not a commercial board.
So what board were you on?
Well, if you look at the not-for-profit sector, there are numerous management committees, all those sorts of things.
Right. So not all of them came from this course then? Because you were already on a board before this course.
So, Councillor Spencer, we've had a lot of questions, and I'm just trying to understand the relevance to our debate here.
Trying to understand. I'm trying to get a direct answer from you. I don't seem to be getting one. Right? But thank you very much.
Councillor Smith.
Mr Mayor, through you to the relevant staff, just in relation to what the recommendation is with the limit to the councillors can claim for, could I please get a bit of an idea on what other councils may be using or how we came up with that number?
Through you, Mr Mayor. We did quite a bit of research a few years ago. I think it may have been prior to the start of this term of council, to update our councillor expenses policy. I can't at hand give you the actual numbers from the other councils, but we thought that the levels set were appropriate for a council of our size to enable appropriate professional development and training.
Thank you. So what you're saying is that it's something that we set in here as a council. There's no general Office of Local Government recommendation that's what's recommended on these policies at all?
That's correct, councillor.
Thank you.
Councillor Ward.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, we have spent considerable amount of time on this particular topic now. I think we all agree that having professional development is extremely important for all of us, and whilst I haven't taken up, I have done a few things through the council. Earlier on this evening, we also established that in your position, you needed to be doing more courses, so if you're not up to speed, you need to be looking at some courses to do. So I think it proves the point, just going back to what we discussed earlier, that we do need to do these courses, and it's imperative that we are all ready to serve our community as best as we can, and we are well equipped to do so. So I agree with the motion that's been put forward. Thank you.
Are there any other? Councillor Pettit, you have a question?
This is actually to the amendment. I get to speak to that.
Oh, okay.
Here
So
we
speaking
go.
to the amendment.
That's all right. Yes, we get to speak to a motion and we also get to speak to an amendment. That's quite all right. Not a problem. Who would have thought how difficult it would be to try and save a bit of money for the ratepayers? I mean, at the end of the day, we all have various qualifications. With my accountant's thing, we have CPD hours, which we have to do 120 hours within 3 years. Some of those courses and the conferences, which can be 30 CPD hours, $1,000 approximately. If you're in the tax institute, you might be up to $1,500. While some of those are very much financially related, which I could possibly claim off the ratepayers, I choose not to do so, because that's the right thing to do. Sometimes it's best to take it out of your own pocket than the ratepayers. And that's what I'm trying to do, is just bring it down to a more reasonable level. We'll see in other councils that not every councillor is allowed to attend every conference. I know with Hunters Hill, who have 7 councillors, if memory serves, only 1 or 2 of those are allowed to go to various conferences. Here, all 10 of us can go. And at the various ones, we've had probably 7 out of 10, which is most unusual. But that's probably a testament to this council term where there's more zest and enthusiasm to attend various conferences at various locations. However, it's only a modest change, nothing dramatic. We're talking about going from $11,000 down to something a little bit more reasonable. So for this to go back to the officer's recommendation, I'm not that flash and support of it. I would rather lead by example. If we can save ratepayers forking out for some of our professional development, so be it. Sometimes we can, not necessarily hit up the taxpayer for it. We can claim for those residents out there, travel to and from various events. I've never really done that, to council meetings, etc., etc. So it's also doing the right sort of thing. And we're also looking at cost cutting and saving rather than hitting up the taxpayer for a $8,500 course. Can I claim half of that from the Institute of Company Directors course, which would probably benefit me? No, I'm not going to do that. That's my own personal perspective. I know other councils have made inquiries about that. Hasn't gone anywhere. $8,500 for one course out of the University of New South Wales.
Point of order.
Councillor Smith.
Mr Mayor, I'm going to call a point of order. It's actually off topic. It's got nothing.
Okay.
That's all right. I'll bring it back on the topic. Certainly with this, my gallery's a bit upset that I'm talking again, unfortunately, Mr Mayor, but I'm sure they will keep their comments to themselves. So I'd rather keep it at a more modest level rather than the larger level that it is. Perhaps next term with a new set of councillors, of which probably half of us will not necessarily be here, they might want to revisit this to another level, and they're quite willing to do so. I'd rather not support this amendment. I think we need to show a bit of leadership, bring it down. It's not hard to do, is it? A couple of grand? It's not hard.
I'll just speak briefly in support of this motion, which is the officer's recommendation.
It's an amendment.
Amendment. I do know that various councillors are serious about developing themselves so that they are able to make better decisions on behalf of this council. We've got an annual budget or revenue of about $150 million. We've got $2.8 billion of assets. If you look at any other organisation out there, so outside of local government, if you look at the commercial sector, who would be on those boards making decisions for $2.8 billion of assets? What are their qualifications? How did they get there? What assistance do they need to get up there? It's a pretty high standard. And I know that each of us as councillors here come with our strengths, but some of us may also believe that we want assistance to be even better at the decisions that we make. I personally wouldn't mind if a few $1,000s was spent on particular courses so as to enable our council to make better decisions on behalf of the entire LGA. I am in support of the officer's recommendation, but having said that, if council were of the mind to set a different limit, that would be fine with me as well. I would just do it with more out of pocket rather than not do professional training whatsoever. Now, and just to clarify, that $8,000 for university, that wasn't one course, that was two courses which I had approval for, given that they were both highly relevant to the local government sector from our former general manager. So that being said, with no other speakers, I will put this amendment. So we are voting to make this amendment, which is the officer's recommendation, the motion. All those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hands. And that is Councillors Kay, Lennon, Smith, Wheatley, Councillor Alec Taylor, Councillor Greg Taylor, Councillor Ward and Councillor Nye. Those who are against are Councillors Spencer and Pettet. So the amendment now becomes the motion, and I seek further speakers, or would you like to sum up?
I don't see any other lights there on there, so I'm quite happy to sum up, Mr. Mayor. So who would have thought just a modest change would have taken so long to debate? Couple of grand each year. I'm quite happy to not charge the ratepayer as much. I do a lot of PD, as do all of us. We do this job as not actually a job, it's to actually serve the community. We don't get paid an exorbitant amount as councillors. For those that are unaware, it's close to huge $25,000 per year. Some of us will claim back other expenses, some of us don't. I would have thought this was very simple and a good way of showing that we're prepared to do is, walk the walk and talk the talk. We want to be fiscally responsible. Everyone wants to do PD, but again, the gallery must be upset that I'm talking. It's our usual offenders.
So I just remind the gallery that they are to observe in silence.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, they're potentially a little bit hard of hearing at times, so I thank you for reminding them of that fact. And just continuing on, that's all it was, councillors, just a simple change. Just reduce it a little bit, no big deal. I don't think anybody of us was going to be, out on the streets if we couldn't use up our full allotment of $11,500 or $9,500 if they so desire. They might only spend a couple of grand. But it was a gesture to show that we actually look at our expenses and our allowances that councillors get, and to lead by example, to be fiscally responsible. Councillors do have a lot of opportunities to go to various conferences and courses, etc., etc. Some choose to do a lot, some choose not to do as much. That's up to the individual. Unfortunately, it appears as though that small reduction will not be supported and we'll go back to the higher limits. And I can safely say that I wish to use all that amount of allowance, as I'm sure a number of others are. But let's move on and have the vote. Mr. Mayor, habitual offenders down the back.
Please no clapping. Let's make that the final warning. I really don't want to do it, but please just observe in silence. Now, let us put this to a vote. All those in support of the motion, please raise your hands. So that is unanimous. Next up is GB9, the 6-month trial of a park bench. Deputy Mayor Kay.
Just got an alternative motion to move, if I
So
could.
you've got some wording to be the motion?
Yes.
So pulling that up, would you like to read that out for the gallery?
Okay. Yes.
For those seeing it, is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Spencer. So Councillor Kay, read it out, please.
So, 1, that the bench is removed and the nature strip is remediated to its former condition. 2, that the applicant is financially reimbursed for their purchase of the bench. 3, that council staff develop guidelines to address future requests from the public for the placement of street furniture within road reservations. 4, that all consulted residents are notified of the council's resolution.
So Deputy Mayor Kay, as the mover, would you like to speak?
Yes, thank you. I'll be brief. We've had a lot of information come to us, which I'm sure most councillors have read. At a council meeting on the 16th of August 2022, there was a resolution at council that council approves the installation of the bench on the road reserve adjoining 1 Mariana Close, St Ives for a trial period and a report back to council within 6 months. This trial was from the 27th of the 3rd, 23 to 27th of the 9th, 23. During and after the trial, residents have raised concerns of safety, antisocial behaviour, noise, and setting of a poor precedence. Safety is my number one concern here, and nothing appears to have changed from when the bench has first come to the attention of councillors. If anything, there has been an increase of incidents and concerns. There are several reasons why playing on roads is generally not safe for children and dangerous. Traffic. Children are not always aware of oncoming traffic and may not be easily visible to drivers. Lack of supervision. Roads are not designed for play and typically lack the supervision and safety measures present in designated play areas like playgrounds. Road conditions. Roads can have hazards such as broken glass or other debris, which poses risks of injury. Distraction to drivers. Children's play in or near roads can distract drivers, increasing the risk of accidents. It has attracted antisocial behaviour and a number of incidents that have been reported by residents. Morally, I feel the bench should be removed. I have an uneasiness with the safety issues which have been brought to the attention of councillors. I can't unsee what has been brought to my attention. All councillors have been made aware of these issues. This has also been described as a pocket park in this report. Is this not a nature strip? Pocket parks are intentionally designed as miniature parks for recreation, relaxation, and often include seating, playgrounds, equipment or garden. Nature strips are primarily used to enhance the streetscapes and provide a buffer between the road and pedestrian areas. Nature strips are found alongside roads, and pocket parks are usually in vacant urban spaces like unused lots or underutilised land parcels. The recommendation from the consultant who provided the risk assessment has recommended that council may like to develop a draft street furniture policy or guidelines for council consideration, which would guide and manage the purpose and permissibility of all these types of street furniture. I encourage councillors to support this, and I'm not sure why this was not included as part of the original recommendation. Councillors have seen several emails from residents. I have not personally received any contact either via email or any method from the applicant requesting the bench since the trial began. I believe councillors now would have all the information that they need and required to make the right decision for our community. The alleged benefits of the bench are outweighed by the consequences of the bench remaining. The bench, unlike its intended purpose of harmony and inclusion, is creating the complete opposite. It's creating disunity and division amongst neighbours. In conclusion, I encourage all councillors to support my motion for removal of the bench, as well as investigating a bench policy to stop this from happening to other residents in the future. Let's hope after this evening, harmony and peace can be restored back into this community. Thank you.
Councillor Spencer as the seconder.
Just reserve my rights.
Right, thank you. Councillor Alec Taylor.
There are good locations for park benches and poor locations. Put simply, I think this street corner on Cassandra Avenue is a poor location.
Councillor Greg Taylor.
I'd like to speak in support of this amendment.
Motion.
This motion. So firstly, I'd just like to make it clear that I feel like we could do with more park benches and picnic tables throughout the LGA. But what is extremely important is the location of these. The utmost importance is the safety of our residents, particularly our children. I feel like two of the many important pillars of being a councillor is to consider the safety of the community assets that we provide, but also to enable social cohesion. And unfortunately, this bench has seemingly done neither of those things. The safety issues, we councillors were briefed by recordings, visual recordings of incidents that happened at the site of the bench, and to me, there was considerably way too many near misses in this briefing, and then through social cohesion. Also, when we were briefed, and as we heard in the forum last Tuesday, there's some traumatising social drama that is involved with this situation. If we allow this seat to stay, as councillors, we're enabling this disorder. We're knowingly enabling poor behaviour, and so I think this is reckless decision making. And we should be promoting situations of cohesion and encouraging our residents to thrive happily together, not allowing this sort of behaviour to continue. So just in summary, I think it's important that we have as many park benches and picnic tables as we can, but the utmost important, they need to be in the safest locations possible. I feel like there was sufficient evidence of near misses and evidence of social divisiveness and trauma, and that to uphold our objectives and purposes as councillors, we shouldn't allow this seat to be retained. Vote for the safety of our benches as councillors here. Vote for social cohesion, and vote for the removal of this bench. Thank you.
Councillor Smith, you're up next.
Mr. Mayor, I might just ask some questions first, because it appears that there's definitely some councillors that haven't read staff reports and expert reports. So I might just start off with Councillor Kay mentioned safety was one of her large concerns with it, and around traffic being one of the largest concerns. If I may, through you, can I ask a question? Sorry, Director Banasif, I know you thought this was going to be your last meeting. You might get away quietly this evening, but you're not. Could I just ask you to explain what's been done as far as it goes with the risk assessment? Process that's gone through with a risk assessment, sorry. And sorry, I believe then we had another independent risk assessment done. So if you could just give us a brief explanation and just the outcome of those, thank you, for those that haven't read it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, initial risk assessment was undertaken almost 12 months ago as a desktop risk assessment. The criteria for that risk assessment was based on a request from one of our councillors, which was a bridge between one of the residents. The desktop risk assessment found that the bench was within council's risk appetite. Following on from that, during the year, council engaged an independent consultant to undertake a review of council's risk assessment. Their role was also to undertake a site inspection. They have developed a report. They have utilised council's enterprise risk management framework to develop their risk assessment, and as a result, the outcome is that the bench is within council's risk appetite.
Thank you, Director Banasif. Just whilst I've got you there, there have been a number of amber claims about reports to police and near misses at this particular site where the bench is. Have we got any facts and figures from the New South Wales Police or any other authority on what may be taking place at this site with the park bench? Thank you.
I received allegations that there were 11 police reports due to the bench being installed. We contacted the Ku-ring-gai Police Area Command, and a senior constable from the police has confirmed that there was one report on file and this report was related to a garbage truck reversing into the victim's vehicle back in October 2022. The victim did not wish to take the matter any further.
Thank you, Director Banassif. Probably just on another question, because you are the currently and still Director of Operations. Do you believe, with the seats or benches that have been placed around different parts of Ku-ring-gai, if we were to move this bench, would that eradicate the risk of children being on the road?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the request for a bench was initially made for parents to sit whilst watching their children play on their scooters and bikes on the road and nature strip. So the children on the bikes and the scooters were there before the bench was installed, and it's fair to say that removing the bench would mean the children will still be there on the road, playing with scooters and riding their bikes.
Thank you, Director Banassif. That's pretty much because at the moment, I was actually, before I came to the council meeting this evening, I actually had to pick up some stuff before I came to the meeting, and I actually did notice that I had many children riding in the street, and there was no seat or bench there in any case, like that we see in many other streets. And I'm sure that every other councillor here has at some point spent time playing with their neighbours and friends on the road. That in mind, I will be speaking against this motion. I believe it is very, very straightforward with what has been put in play. It's gone through the process. We've identified that there is, it's gone out to consultation even, and the consultation has come back that 6 lots of residents, or let's say 6 homes that reside in the area, are in support. 2 were not. That was the outcome of it. So as far as it goes here this evening, we get all these high moral claims, we want to be here to support the community and the majority of the community. That would appear not be the case with some councillors. I too have seen the footage that was displayed for us as councillors to review, and I believe that the people who actually did the risk report and the people that we independently engaged to do the risk report saw this same footage and did not see any risk. So again, I see it strikingly amazing that we've got councillors here that seem to have a lot of knowledge on risk reports, but in any case, I'll crack on. The destruction of drivers, if somebody sitting on the bench, I can't believe it's a destruction of drivers. I believe that, if anything, we're giving the opportunity to parents to sit there at the bench while their children are playing in the street, what all these councillors, or some councillors, appear to be concerned with, which may actually be more beneficial having it so that there's somewhere there where a parent can sit if their children do decide to play out there, which I'm sure it's not very often in any case. The disunity and the harmonious in the place, I believe that this has not been caused by the applicant and the majority of the residents in this site. I believe that we've got 2 homes that are very upset in the matter that this has been put upon them, and that they personally feel that there is some harm. I would like just for everybody to keep in mind, this is a seat, it's a bench, it's not a park. It's something that benefits the local community there, where if we've got an elderly person that does want to sit down there and watch their grandchildren, they may be able to sit down there. If we're going to take this approach about benches being at risk, my God, our officers have got a job on them. We better get some more trucks and we better start picking them up, because I tell you what, we're on Mona Vale Road. We are on a lot of major roads. We are on a lot busier roads, a lot more dangerous intersections, which I don't even believe that's a danger or a risk in any case because they've been properly assessed. But this one would have to be in the top 3% most quiet place that I've got in St Ives. So again, I would ask tonight that we take a sensible approach. We're dealing with a bench for people to sit at. It's not going to make any difference at all to the children that are already on the road. It will not eradicate that, as we've heard there this evening. All it's going to do is give the opportunity for a person to sit there, maybe look after their children and quiet them down for the two neighbours that aren't too happy about having children in the street. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Kay, you have questions?
Through you, Acting General Manager, to the relevant director, which I believe is Director George Manasseh. Okay, so just a couple of questions for you. Were you aware that one of the residents was contacted by the risk assessor, and when they mentioned they had relevant material which he needed to see for safety assessment, the assessor said he needed to speak with council, and that was the last anyone heard?
Yes.
Is it correct that you, Director Manasseh, did not respond to the resident's email when they asked you why the assessor did not follow up to review evidence from a resident?
Really, Mr Mayor, I did not answer an email requesting that information.
So you're not aware of the email, is that what you're saying?
I didn't answer an email, I don't recall the email.
Okay, thank you.
But my staff may have responded on my behalf on that.
That's okay, just a couple more. The purpose of the trial was to review feedback from the nearby community after the trial. The residents received a survey to place ticks in yes and no boxes and no spaces for further comments. Is there a particular reason why the experience-based review was changed to a vote?
Based on councillors' feedback from the first consultation session.
Would I be correct in saying that the first consultation was different to the second consultation, and if you could outline how it was different?
Really, Mr Mayor, when we reported the first council, when we reported the first survey, there was a number of comments that council's reporting on not respondents was taken as a yes vote, and so we've reported that completely differently. We've clearly stipulated the number of respondents that did not provide a response to the survey, and it's very important that it was clearly shown from the surveys how many were yes, how many were no, and how many just did not respond.
Is there a reason that the yeses were, well, the non-responses were a yes the first time round and not the second time? Is there a reason for the change?
Based on councillors' feedback.
Okay, thank you. Last question. Have you received emails sent to council to explain the impact of the harassment and discriminatory behaviour impacting on wellbeing and mental health, causing stress and anxiety?
Mr Mayor?
I'm just going to... this feels potentially out of order, clause 15.11D, about potentially making unfavourable personal remarks or...
I'm only asking for a yes or no response. I don't need Councillor Manasseh to elaborate.
Okay. So before we move on to Councillor Smith as well, I know that we've got a tradition of asking a lot of questions at council, but I'd also like to draw our attention to clause 9.17, which says councillors must put questions directly, succinctly, respectfully, and without argument. So I've been okay with most of the questions so far, but just keep that in mind going forward. Councillor Smith.
Mr Mayor, thank you. I just feel like that may have been directed at me.
No, not at you, unless you start.
Okay. Mr Mayor, I'd like to move a amendment, the officer's recommendation. I seek a seconder.
Seconded by Councillor Wheatley. Councillor Smith as the mover.
Mr Mayor, thank you for your time on this matter. I think we've gone round and round and round about this park bench. I think we've clearly established here this evening that it could be seen that there's certain councillors trying to drive out, you know, how was the study done, what were the points, what was this, like pulling it apart, dissecting it. The reality is this would never have even come to the council, only that there was a certain councillor, and I'll leave that councillor out because I don't want to cause any issues, that did bring this to the council saying it was an issue. Otherwise, it was a no-brainer. It was going to go through. I think that there's been so much on it. Initially, it was called the Rainbow Bench because the neighbours in the street put their own bench there and it was the colour of a rainbow, something happiness, but to try and create some happiness throughout the COVID period for the local children. In any case, this council put that through the ringer, that wasn't good. The resident went as far as paying for it than for themselves. That it meant, she believed, that it was a good investment for the local area there, so that people could sit there, watch and mind their children, which I would think that should really be a benefit to everybody because you've got an adult there that will sit at the bench. In any case, that's still not good enough. We've had it in place. We've actually established now that it's been for 6 months. We've got one police report that it's gone through and it's regarding a truck backing into a car. But I find it difficult to hear that there's councillors here this evening that were so concerned that the risk that was associated in this very, very quiet little spot where to me it looked like children going up to where their parents were driving past, waving to them and saying, yeah, I'm coming home.
Point of order.
Okay, so to stop the timer, Deputy Mayor Kay, what's your point of order?
The point of order is he's making an interpretation of what other councillors are thinking, and that's incorrect.
Councillor Smith, would you like to comment on that?
Mr Mayor, I'm just stating what other councillors have said, not interpreting.
Let's just continue the...
Thank you, Mr Mayor. You know, I believe here tonight we've got enough battles in this council that we're going to be dealing with. They're a lot bigger than a seat in a very quiet location that a member of the public has gone to the trouble to pay for it for themselves. And that there's no risk. And what message are we sending out to the community? That's okay if you scream loud enough and yell hard enough and push hard enough, get enough councils on side, no matter what's right or wrong and what the reports have come through, we'll overturn that decision and we'll make sure that we get rid of it. As councillors here, we sit here this evening to sit there with the facts that are put in front of us and be open-minded with the facts that we've got. Now, I believe that the facts are very much in front of everybody here, and I believe that the decision is very easy for everybody to make. And for those reasons, I really think that we should be able to, as a council, make a sensible decision on this, leave the bench in place. We've been given the hard facts from the staff. The staff can't manipulate or play those. Certain councillors didn't like the way that the questions were being risen. It's been changed to suit them, and then at the same time, that same council wants to go back and have a crack in what's been written. What's the point of putting up a staff recommendation? Why do we engage consultants and independent recommendations if we're just not even going to listen to it and we're just going to, oh no, we think. So for those reasons, I really believe that we should support the bench. I think it's going to send a very poor message to the community. It's very clear what's right and wrong, and for those reasons, I hope that we've got your support this evening. Thank you.
Councillor Wheatley as seconder.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. To reiterate a few things that Councillor Smith has said, there were 6 people in favour of this bench and there were 2 people against it. What Director Banassif said, which is the children are still going to ride their scooters and their bikes on the roads, regardless of whether or not there's a bench there or not. You can't stop a parent from letting their child ride a bike on the road. I grew up in a cul-de-sac not dissimilar to this one. I had to sit in the gutter, which probably would have been nice if I'd had a bench. But at the end of the day, we're debating over a bench. Most of us have seen the footage where cars were slowing down. I didn't see any intimidation, but that's my account. And at the end of the day, I just think that we should support the bench, move on, and hopefully everybody in this neighbourhood can be harmonious in regards to getting along again.
Councillor Ward.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I guess this is a rhetorical question, really. The suggestion's been made that we remove the bench and therefore, there will be social cohesion within that community. To me, it seems that nobody is going to be happy there. If we remove it, there'll be one set of people won't be happy. If we leave it there, one set of people won't be happy. So I just cannot understand how we can sit here and say that this will bring the community together, just simply removing the bench.
So just to clarify, was that a speech in 4?
Well, yes, it was.
Okay, 4. Okay. Next up, we have Councillor Lennon.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The residents tell us what's important, and to the residents of this part of St Ives, this bench is important, and so I'm pleased that we are spending time on it. I also want to take the chance to thank all the residents who have contributed the information to us through the course of last year and this year. We've given a lot. And this is one of those issues, like so many, where there's good and decent people on both sides. And there are legitimate concerns about safety. There's issues in this neighbourhood. But the issue tonight is the bench and what impact that bench has in terms of the 2 big issues, public amenity and safety. And I think all we can do is look at the evidence. I, last week, went to that area, walked around, sat on the bench, moved about up the street to Northway a little bit to get a sense of what visibility was for cars coming that direction. Now, I'm no expert, so I'm not going to say pay attention to what I say. But what I'm looking for is a reason to question the independent risk assessment we've been given, which I'm told is tantamount to an independent safety assessment. There is no reason that I can see to question the integrity or the expertise of the only independent report that we have. And I looked through it a second time following questions that have been raised and comments about the background to it all. And at the moment, I just have no basis to question the independent expert's report provided to us. So looking simply to the evidence, thanking all the very well-intentioned residents for all their interest and all their input. I simply look at the evidence and I do not believe that we have the evidence to remove the bench. And I wish all the neighbours all the best. But really, if the bench is causing this much issues, we've got issues to start with. So I wish you all the best, and I'm supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Pettit.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Who would have thought a bench would cause such ruckus for so long? When we've got 6 for and 2 against, if we're making decisions which will benefit the majority of residents, then the bench remains. I'd also like to thank Director Banassif and his staff. When I've asked for benches to be put in Common they've banged them in pretty quickly and the residents have been very happy, so congratulations to you and your staff. We're talking about safety with a bench. Have you looked up and down the Pacific Highway? We've got benches there within, arm's length of traffic, so we don't seem to have any problems there, with trucks and everything boring down the Pacific Highway. That doesn't seem to be an issue for some councillors. But this bench in this certain location does seem to have caused an unnecessary amount of angst for whatever reason. And unfortunately, it has. The bench was put in for the best of intentions. to bring peace, harmony, some joy there to the majority of residents. Unfortunately, a couple of residents feel that the bench shouldn't be there for whatever reason, and that's their own prerogative. However, the majority of residents surveyed do want it. So if we're making decisions based on what is best for the majority of the residents, then the bench stays. It doesn't make sense to pander to the minority at the expense of the majority. Because if we always went with that way of deciding on things, that we're going to support the minority at the expense of the majority, nothing would ever get done. Because all it would take is one or two objectors and we would be voting against everything. Nothing would get done if that's why we vote on it. So safety, we've had, why do we have expert reports, impartial expert reports, if we're going to ignore them? Do we as councillors say, yeah, we like those, have expert reports, but when it doesn't suit our narrative, we don't like them? That seems a little bit inconsistent to me. That's why we ask for them, because they're impartial, they are experts. Just because you don't like the answer doesn't mean it's wrong. Simple as that, okay? You might not like the response that you get from a director, staff, or an expert. It doesn't make it wrong. That's why they're experts. None of us are experts in everything. That's why we employ them. Is there safety issues? A lot of it is subjective. I would also like to foreshadow an amendment, and I'll just continue on. We don't need to revisit this bench over and over and over. We're talking about a small cul-de-sac, which is affecting a small number of people. Again, and I'll ask this of Councillor Kay because this has been an issue. If the bench was in a different location, do you think that would be better for the residents? Councillor Kay? If it was relocated elsewhere?
Every issue and every bench should be a case-by-case basis, so I don't have a direct answer for you.
No, that's okay, Councillor Kay. I just thought I'd throw that out there. I'm trying to find a bit of a compromise here, Councillor. Surely we can put this bench in that will benefit the majority of people. Kids will still ride on the road, they'll still run across the road regardless of the bench. People will still meet around there, they will still socialise, they will still play there regardless of the bench. The bench actually facilitates a little bit more social cohesion. It is disappointing that unfortunately a couple of residents feel that it doesn't suit them. I would hope that they would actually work with their neighbours. You know, maybe have a tea and scone on the bench, meet and chat, see if they can find some common ground. Surely the bench shouldn't be something that actually breaks up a neighbourhood and has neighbours fighting against each other. It is only a mere bench. So councillors, let's just make a decision, support this amendment which will benefit the majority of people. The majority of people voted yes for it. So think about that. We make decisions that will benefit the majority of people.
I would like to speak against the amendment, and to start I would explain my history as a child growing up in Roseville. And I'd ask that the timer start. Yes, thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Again, the gallery is sort of groaning and you might want to remind them again.
Yes, so please stay in silence, gallery. I grew up in Roseville in the 1980s as a child. I played with my neighbours, many of my neighbours. We played in their backyards, we played in their homes. We did not play on the street because the street was a place where vehicles, cars especially, would drive through. Now, later on, by the 1990s, the government decided in its wisdom to turn our road into a dead-end road, and that greatly changed the dynamics of our street. It became a much safer place for children to play on the street, and also because we were a bit older by that stage, we as children and our parents felt comfortable for us to play on the street in a dead-end road. Now, I look today, or for the last year or so, I look through this situation here at Cassandra Avenue with the lens of a parent of 2 young children and a third one to be born. Would I allow my children to play on this? Would I encourage my children to play on the street? Now, I do understand, and I've been there a number of times, that it is relatively quiet. So I do understand why some parents might think, even though it's for through traffic, there's not many cars, it's relatively quiet, there's a bit of a blind spot, but you know what? If our children have their wits about them, they'll be fine. But I also understand that for other councillors, they may view it through the lens of, or in my case anyway, why not go 100 metres southeast to Elegance Avenue, where it is a dead-end road? So just 100 metres away, you can play in the relative safety of a dead-end road rather than in a thoroughfare. Or you could travel a little bit further towards east to Leverton Close, where once again, it's another dead-end road. I'll comment on the risk assessment, attachment A1. Look, before I became the mayor, I was involved in risk management at an ASX top 40 company. I've done that for 8 years. When I look at attachment A1, I genuinely appreciate what has been done there. If I were to conduct the assessment, I would have a slightly different rating. Instead of stating that the risk was within appetite, I would say that it is on threshold. But threshold is okay, right? Like if it's at threshold, it doesn't mean that we don't consider something whatsoever. It just means that, look, this may be acceptable. Can we please consider if there's anything else that we can do to improve safety, which, by the way, is what point B here talks about. So I was at a point a few days ago where, looking through the risk assessment, conducting my own risk assessment through my own experience, I came to the conclusion that maybe the officer's recommendation was okay. However, what made me change my mind again was when I went back to the video evidence of some of the things that have happened at this particular spot. And some of the things that I saw made me, as a parent, feel uncomfortable. I would not have felt comfortable putting my children in that situation. However, I also want to fully respect the right and decision-making of each parent to decide what is acceptable and what is not for their children as they grow up. Ultimately, I think what's going on here is that each councillor here has a different risk appetite, I'd say, or a different threshold of what they believe could be safe and not safe. I personally have no objections to a bench. I personally have no objections to anything like that at all. What concerns me as a councillor is that by putting what's called a park bench on a road that has a history of children playing on it, and by even having a hold my hand sign, which is typically used in children's playgrounds at this intersection, it conveys a signal that perhaps we as a council support children playing on roads that aren't dead-end roads, something that I'm not personally comfortable with, but I respect each council's decision. Next up, we have Councillor Smith.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Through you to Director Vanasif. Could you just advise me, the people who did the risk assessment, what's their background on doing a risk assessment, as in their qualification of that type of risk assessment is where I'm going with it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the consultant engaged has significant amount of years of experience in local governments. The consultant has worked in local government, in asset management, in risk assessment, in the risks associated with assets. The consultant has years of experience as a consultant. So when I'm making reference to years, I would need to qualify that. I can't give an exact number of years, but I can confidently say it's more than 20 years experience in local government.
So what I'm saying is he's got this particular consultant, he or her, carries out risk assessments in local government areas on these type of matters. Would that be fair to say?
It's fair to, through you, Mr. Mayor, it's fair to say that the consultant is an asset management expert, and with asset management comes the responsibility of risk management.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, question through to you, if I may. You made the statement that you do risk management reports and all the rest of it. I think you said for the top 40 companies. Can you just tell me what type of risk assessments you do? What are they based on? Are they based on local government areas and assets?
They are based on power stations. They are based on extracting gas from the ground. They are based on the treatment of retail customers. They are based on all sorts of things like that. And we have had people die in the past.
I'm sure you have, thank you. Have you carried out any risk assessments in your business on a bench seat in a local government area?
Not specifically, but sometimes something is so glaring in a report that I don't believe you need experience in that specific space to make that judgment.
Okay, that's interesting. Do you believe that it's up to every parent to make a decision on whether or not their children go outside and play?
I do believe that parents have a role in deciding what is safe, what is not, what should be encouraged, what is not. However, we as a council also have a role sometimes in encouraging certain behaviours.
So back on your other statement where you said that you chose to play in your own yard and not on the roads and so forth, do you think that it's a parent in Ku-ring-gai, they've got the right to make a decision if they would like their children or allow their children to play in the street with other children on their bikes, because you can't ride a bike, well, some people can ride a bike in their backyard, but ride their bikes or scooters or so forth. Do you believe it's up to a parent to make that decision on whether or not it's suitable for that child to play on the road, if you like?
I do believe that parents have an important role in all of this, but at the same time, as a council, we should also have a decision as to where it is safe for children to play.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've actually exhausted this right here now, so I might just let go.
Councillor Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question to Director Monister, I think. Are we aware of any accidents? Have any kids been injured? Has there been any motor vehicle accidents? Anything like that that's happened? Because the bench is there?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there have been 0 recorded car accidents and incidents in Mariana Close.
Thank you.
There being no other speakers, I will put this amendment to a vote. So this is to make this amendment, which is the officer's recommendation, into the motion. Those in support of the officer's recommendation or amendment, please raise your hands. And that is Councillors Pettit, Lennon, Smith, Wheatley and Ward. Those who are against the amendment, those being Councillors Kay, Spencer, Councillor Alec Taylor, Councillor Greg Taylor and Councillor Nye. With the votes being tied, I will elect to use my casting vote to vote against the amendment, and the amendment is defeated. However, we do have a foreshadowed amendment from Councillor Pettit. So, Councillor Pettit, do you have a seconder, first of all?
Probably not a bad idea that I actually put it up on the screen before somebody wants to second it, but I can see Councillor Smith wants to second whatever I put up.
Yep.
And I thank him for that. Okay, the amendment is that a site inspection is undertaken which will include alternative locations for the bench. And Councillor Smith, you happy to second that? Absolutely. Thank you for your zest and enthusiasm.
Sure, Councillor Pettit. Oh, Councillor Alec Taylor? No, I didn't. Okay, so I may remind the audience again. I know it's getting late. I know you're getting tired, but I'd encourage you all to continue observing in silence. We do have a webcast option in case you want to do it from the safety of your home or downstairs. So I would ask Councillor Pettit to speak to the amendment.
Councillors, I hope that you will support this amendment, which is actually a bit of a compromise. The Mayor did mention various other locations not that far away. Why don't we explore them? We seem to be fixated with this bench at this particular location, on this small section. Perhaps there's somewhere not too far away that might actually come to a better position and might be a little bit more harmonious. So that's why I put up this amendment. Let's continue to explore, see if we can come to a solution. Maybe let's try and stop the War of the Roses continuing on and on. You know, if we go there, we see the current location, see what's happening as councillors, and then explore with staff, and I'm sure Director Banassa, for your staff, will love to take us through a site inspection down there, and we come up with some various other opportunities which aren't too far away. And as you alluded to, Mr. Mayor, we're only talking about maybe 50, 100 metres away in a quieter section. So it's as simple as that, guys.
Next up, we have Councillor Smith as seconder.
Mr. Mayor, I actually am very much in support of Councillor Pettit's foreshadowed motion. I think this will give this council a great opportunity to actually walk this street and have a look at it to see what we've actually voted on tonight, and will give us the opportunity to look at other places, because hell, we don't want to be known as the council that can't put a bench in a back road somewhere, and too concerned that we can't separate the matters, that it's basically a bench and the children are two different things. They really aren't anything to do with one another, really, because the children are going to be on the road in any case. But for reasons that Councillor Pettit has already put forward, I look forward to the opportunity to walk down there with everybody and see everybody's concerns. I'd be happy to listen to their concerns. I'd actually be happy to communicate with you all on the matter, because I'm sure as a council that we're the representatives of this area, we can actually do this to the benefit for the community. So for those reasons, I would hope that this gets your support this evening. Thank you.
I note there are 3 other people with their lights on, but I just want to ask a clarification to Councillor Pettit first before we continue the debate. In this foreshadowed amendment, is there any role of community consultation to see if the local community also supports the proposed alternate locations, or do you see this as just being staff identifying the locations first with consultation to happen later?
I would see this as just councillors and staff. If we do come back with alternative locations, obviously that will be reported back, which will give the opportunity for then people to talk at public forums on the proposed potential locations.
I remind the gallery to stay silent, but yes,
that's
please
okay.
continue.
They're quite happy to interject, and I guess that keeps them awake.
So, Councillor Cedric Spencer.
Thank you. This is brilliant. I see councillors coming together and agreeing on something, and I thank Councillor Pettit and Councillor Smith for putting this foreshadow up and seconding this foreshadow motion. And they both agreed that, well, let us all get together and walk down the places around there to see if we can find a place where we can put this bench that everyone will be happy with. But more importantly, it has to do with safety, because this council owes a duty of care to our residents. Now, if there is, using a reasonable person's test, if there is a chance that a child could be endangered, and that chance is not too remote, and a child is being hit by a car, right, and is injured, then we are in trouble. And therefore, I really thank them for this, and I encourage this council to vote against this. Why? Because this is exactly what Councillor Kay has suggested. The bench is in the wrong place. Find somewhere else. And they both conceded we'll find a much better place. And therefore, we should go back to Deputy Kay's motion and vote in favor of that. Thank you.
So just to clarify, you were speaking against this amendment?
Correct. And just to clarify, I still have a couple of seconds left. Just to clarify, what this does is gives you this, I'm talking about this foreshadow motion, it gives you an opportunity to look for a different place. However, that bench, that offending bench, is still there. Whereas Councillor Kay's motion is different. Remove that and then find a different place. Then we are not burdened by the risk of a child getting hit. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Kay.
Okay, thank you. I will speak against this foreshadowed amendment. I just don't think this foreshadowed amendment is relevant. No, the applicant for a start would have to agree to this, and the application was quite specific to that particular location as it benefits her property, and she would obviously need to be notified. Now, my original motion states a bench policy. Let's get a policy happening before we start looking at other sites. Thank you.
Councillor Alec Taylor.
I too think this is a great idea. Applaud Councillor Smith and Pettit. I think we should definitely do this, but I still think that the current bench is in a poor location, so I can't support this amendment without removing the current bench.
A question from me through to Councillor Pettit. Would you like to add a time bound to this, like a report to come back in February?
Director Banasif, you won't necessarily be here, but I'm sure your staff would be able to do that by February. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think we're running short of time to undertake a site inspection this side of Christmas. It'll have to be in January. There will need to be consultation, any proposed location, so our staff will need to undertake another letterbox drop, potentially yes and no, and then need to report back. So based on the assessment, in terms of timing, depending on when the dates in February are set, with the squeeze in February, but more than likely it will be March.
I'm happy with March. I think that's reasonable. I think we need to explore the opportunities, if there are any. There may not be.
So let's update the words to say that it's returned by March. And Councillor Smith, do you support this? Okay. Councillor Spencer.
I have a question.
Yes.
So this is to incorporate, right? So my question is to Councillor Pettit. would you also incorporate something to say, in the meantime, we'll remove that bench until March?
Unfortunately, no, I won't actually incorporate that. I think it's important to see where the current bench is and what's the interaction around it, and then explore the other locations which hopefully are acceptable.
Sorry, I have another question.
Yes.
Perhaps, Mr. Mayor, you can assist. Have we done a site inspection on this before? No?
No.
Right.
Just confirming with staff, have we done a formal site inspection?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay. So, there being no other speakers, let's put this amendment to a vote. So in other words, to turn this foreshadowed amendment, which is now just an amendment, into the motion. All those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hands. That is Councillors Pettet, Lennon, Smith, Wheatley, Ward. And those against are Councillors Kay, Spencer, Councillor Alec Taylor, Councillor Greg Taylor, and Councillor Nye. With the vote being tied, I use the casting vote against the amendment, and we go back to the original motion, which is Councillor Kay's original motion, which we can bring up on the screen. Now, just as a reminder, we have had so far 3 speakers for this, so Kay and Taylor, and 1 speaker against, that is Smith. Next, so Deputy Mayor Kay, you have your light on, so do you have a question?
Thought we were summing up.
I think we're just continuing the debate. Councillor Pettet.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was quite perplexed. You were quite keen then to get a report back by March, and then you voted against it. And it was fairly much furious agreement. It was a good idea to actually go and explore alternative locations. But the sticking point seems to be, do we keep the bench or not keep the bench and then look at alternative locations? I'm sure we could actually go down there fairly quickly if we had the desire to the next week, even before Christmas, while the bench is there, and explore those alternative locations, if there are some. And everybody, Councillor Spencer, you were very forthright in saying this is a great idea, except get rid of the bench. Well, it's a bit hard to assess other locations when the bench is gone. We would just have to imagine the bench was there. Seriously? I mean, that's a bit daft from what I gather. Let's assess the bench and how it's operating when it's not there. Totally illogical. You could actually see the bench in operation and then wander down the street in 100 metres and say, oh, this is a better location. Seriously, guys, you're not prepared to do that. You know, Councillor Spencer said we're all working together. Well, apparently not, because it's 5-5. And the Mayor has to use his casting vote, which is disappointing. I would hope. But, you know, obviously we can see the way the numbers are going. It's 5-5, the Mayor will use his casting vote, and the bench will be gone. You know, this was the chance to work together. You know, as a group of 10, go down there, see the bench, see the various locations, say, bench bad spot, let's get rid of it, bench good down the road, happy days. You're not prepared to do that. You just want the bench gone and then, well, let's go and see what the other locations are after the bench is gone. But you've got nothing to compare it to because the bench is gone. That's bizarre. What are you going to compare it to? A vacant space on the ground? Really? I mean, that's daft. I'm sorry, that makes no sense to me. Let's just imagine the bench is there and let's compare it to that. We now will have the imaginary bench at this location. I guess we can imagine whatever colour it is, whether it be the original rainbow bench or a green bench or a brown bench. It might be a wooden bench. Dear God, I mean, it makes no sense, guys. It really makes no sense, councillors. You had the opportunity to work together, and we've seen it, that's gone pear-shaped. It's 5-5, and the mayor's using his casting vote to get rid of the bench. Yes, and our frequent offenders in the corner there for about the 10th time, having their little groans and moans and words. So, Mr Mayor, are you actually going to formally warn them that any further interruptions, they'll be ejected?
I was going to do that right before the next item.
That's okay. I just thought I'd just jump in early and bring it to your attention because we do have some frequent offenders. So again, council, it's quite disappointing. You know, everybody was saying this is a great idea, go and have a look at the locations. But even we can't agree. 10 of us look at the current situation with the bench and what's happening there and then wander down the road. Not prepared to do that. So much for working together. Very disappointing, councillors. Very, very disappointing. I just don't get why the mayor, you put up, let's report back in March and then vote against it. What was the point of that? It beggars belief. Were you just having a lend of us? I've missed it. I'm dumbfounded at that particular amendment or change of wording that you were so keen to put in that we were reporting back and then vote against it. I felt that we were being led up the garden path now. It wasn't being genuine. We're looking for alternative locations and that we're actually trying to work together. Unfortunately, some councillors find this quite annoying that I'm talking, but it's truth. We had an opportunity to work together. We could have just went down there next week with the bench in place and said this is a great location or a bad location, but 100 metres down the road, perfect location. And you chose not to do it. You know this way it's going 5-5. Mayor will use his casting vote, bench gone.
So I'd just like to point out here, clause 15.11d, we are not to impute improper motives to any other council official. I'd just like to clarify also that I did not suggest a change to lead someone up a garden path. I suggested it so that each amendment that is up has the best possible chance of succeeding if it were to go through. Now, next up we have Councillor Wheatley.
I just have one quick question.
Okay.
So through you, Mr Mayor, to Director Manasseh. Can you tell me how much it's going to cost to remove the bench?
Through you, Mr Mayor, in accordance with the resolution, the applicant will be reimbursed for the purchase of the bench, which is $3,000, and the cost to remove the bench is estimated to be about another $3,000. So it's about a $6,000 cost.
So that's $6,000 of ratepayers' money wasted to take the bench away. 2 residents and 6 people wanted it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you.
Before, Councillor Greg Taylor, do you have a question?
Sorry, procedural motion? Oh, sorry, were you gonna?
I've just a question for Councillor Kay. Would you consider having a 0.5 and including Councillor Pettit's report to be brought back in March?
Yeah, that's fine. Can we add it so I can see it in its entirety?
So we are adding what was in the previous amendment as 0.5.
Sorry, and the site inspection as well, the whole thing.
The bench will be removed, just so you're aware.
The bench will be removed, yeah. Bench will be removed, but we'll
And-
find another location and a report will be brought back.
Yeah, that's fine.
And Councillor Alec Taylor as seconder, are you okay with this? Councillor Spencer. Okay, as Councillor Spencer as seconder, are you okay with this? Yes. Okay.
I do have a procedural. So is that 2 for, 2 against, please? Thanks.
Yes, we've had 3 for, 2 against. So are you moving
Put
that?
that motion for, yeah.
Okay. So there is a movement for this to be put. Do we have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Alec Taylor. All those who are voting for this to be put, please raise your hands, which means you want to cease debate and vote on the matter. So this is just so that we vote on the matter now. So voting, is there appears to be confusion. Is it clear what's going on? So we are doing this 2 for, 2 against. Should we now cease debate, putting the motion? So voting for the motion be put. Those in favour are everyone except for Councillor Pettit, and those against. Well, did you want it to be put, Councillor Smith? Yes. No. Okay. Those in favour are. I'll just read out the names. Councillors Kay, Spencer, Lennon. This is for this to be put. Councillors Kay, Councillor Spencer, Councillor Lennon, Councillor Wheatley, Councillor Alec Taylor, Councillor Greg Taylor, Councillor Ward, and Councillor Nye. And those against are Councillors Pettit and Smith. So I will now ask Deputy Mayor Kay to sum up.
I'm going to be brief, as you can imagine. We have a couple of other GB items to get through. Okay, we have been through all the facts here and councillors can now make a decision. I think in summary, we need to remove the bench before someone, including a child, gets injured or something more serious. As other councillors have highlighted, it's not the best location for this bench. I encourage councillors to vote in support of the motion. Thank you.
So let us put this motion to a vote. All of those who are in favour, please raise your hands. And those are Councillors Kay, Spencer, Councillor Alec Taylor, Councillor Greg Taylor, and Councillor Nye. And those who are against are Councillors Pettit, Councillors Lennon, Smith, Wheatley, and Ward. With the vote being tied, I will use the casting vote in support of this motion, and I declare it to be carried. Now, I would just like to remind everyone that under clause 18.1, meetings of the council and committees of the council are to conclude no later than 12 a.m. midnight, which is very late. The time now is 9:43 p.m. We still have 9 items on the agenda, so this may take some time. I'm even wondering if we should have a stretch break. No? You want to continue? Okay, let's continue on. But I will close it
I would like a break, thank you. 5 minutes I don't think is a big ask.
Let's call everyone back at 9:48 p.m, so 5 minutes. There are a few things. We have, wait, let me search for this. So, as I said before, clause 18.1 states that the meeting is to conclude no later than midnight. Now there's not that much time left, but if we look at clause 10.23, then it says that council may resolve to shorten the duration of speeches to expedite the consideration of businesses at a meeting. So I just want to see what council's thoughts are on potentially shortening the length to 3 minutes instead of 5. No, I'm getting
Strong support from me, Mr. Mayor.
strong support. Okay, let's test this. So this is
Mr. Mayor, I'm actually not in support at all. I think that each one of these, to actually even bring that up at this point in the meeting when we've got these type of matters are in front of us and you want to shorten the debate on some of the largest matters that we've actually brought before this council, or are you trying to just shut it down?
I am trying to make sure that we've got 9 chunky issues dealt with.
Mr.
before
Mayor,
Christmas.
each one of those issues deserve to be dealt with properly. And whether or not that this council has to reconvene or we go into extra time or whatever the matter is, but you're basically, what you're outlining here now this evening is that each one of these items don't require the full amount of attention. I don't support that. And I hope that I've got other councillors here this evening that don't support that either.
Look, I'm okay for you to express your
Point of
opinion
order.
on this matter, but let's have a structured vote on this matter and people speaking about it when I ask the councillor to speak. So, Councillor Pettit, sure.
Point of order,
Would you like to speak
absolutely.
to this?
We're actually debating something that there's nothing to debate. So if you want to shorten it, put up a motion and let's properly vote on it and debate it, not just have this random round table discussion.
Yes, and just to note, and it's clear in the video of this recording, that we were about to do that before there was interjection. So we had Councillor Alec Taylor moving what? That we shorten the duration of speeches under clause 10.2.
Mr. Mayor, point of order, you're actually putting words in his mouth. Seriously, that's just not right.
I'm happy to retract on the basis that... I beg your pardon. I'm happy to retract my motion on the basis that Councillor Smith is concerned about the democratic process. So I'm happy to retract that.
Okay, so based on what I've heard here, it's clear that the majority do not want to shorten the duration of speeches. So we will continue as is, although I wish that councillors spoke when addressed. So next up is GB11, the NSFA modification to DA 484/21. Councillor Spencer's light is on.
Thank you. I have a motion.
So is that it up there? Can we have the motion up? And do we have a seconder? I guess we're waiting.
We're looking for it. Should I send it to you again?
Councillor Spencer, given that the staff are looking for this motion right now, can you please read it out for us?
They've got it.
Mr. Mayor, this is just a little bit out of order, but would it be possible to get the air conditioning increased a little bit, giving it a tad warm up the centre of the world?
Yes, the council staff are working on it as we speak. So, Councillor Spencer, while the staff are looking for the wording...
I believe they should have it now.
Okay. would like to thank the members of the gallery for staying back for this.
I can read it
Yes, sure. Please read it.
while they're typing. The rest of the councillors, all right? Or you want to wait?
Yeah, please read it out for
All right.
effort.
So, thank you. That prior to council giving owners consent to the Northern Suburbs Football Association or its agents to lodge a modification of consent application under Section 4.55 of the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act 1979 in relation to DA 0484/21, construction of a new grandstand with cafe, change rooms, offices, treatment rooms, corporate and media facilities at the existing sports ground, and prior to council authorizing sign-off of the Office of Sports Infrastructure Grant Landowners Consent Form, NSFA undertake community consultation with NTAG, Northern Tarahumara Action Group, and other interested adjoining residents on the scope of proposed modifications, and a report be submitted to council in early 2024.
And we seek a seconder, Deputy Mayor Kay. Okay, Councillor Spencer, just to confirm, is what is up on the screen what you are moving?
That's right.
Okay, thank you. So this is moved by Councillor Spencer and it is seconded by Deputy Mayor Kay. Councillor Spencer, as the mover, would you like to please speak to this?
Yes, so I know I have 5 minutes, but I will not take up all 5 minutes. It is quite, yes, you're welcome. It is quite straightforward. I believe, just like the bench, for instance, and just like some other projects that are either sensitive or they are very significant, we as a council should bring the people on board. And last week at the forum, I did ask the CEO, was he willing to consult with the residents, and he said yes. So I am very encouraged by that, and I was also very encouraged by the first time I brought him to North Tarahumara to have a very genuine open talk with the residents, which was organized by North Tarahumara Action Group. Now, when you have a major project like that, and you don't have the residents on board with you, and you bulldoze your way through and build something there, we know how bad that is. We have gone through several examples of that. It becomes very contentious. For instance, Harris Farm. 5 of the councillors that voted for Harris Farm against the people were not re-elected. Only 1 was re-elected. So it is very important that as councillors, we take the people on board. Not the organizations, not the corporations and so on. Because I believe this is a battle of David and Goliath. You have large corporations, and my policy has never changed since 2017. When push comes to shove, when there is a conflict between an organization or a developer and my residents, I will stand with my residents. And I've proven that again and again and again. I do not care who the residents are, whether they were friendly to me or not friendly to me in the previous term. which is common knowledge to everyone, and I do not care who the developer is or who the developers are, whether they were friendly to me, whether I was supportive of NSFA just before the election, because I worked very, very hard to put Norman Griffith where it is today. I even signed the contract for it to proceed, and I rushed everything through before the election was called. I did all that, and I believe Councillor Pettit can attest to that because he was with me. So I am not against NSFA, no. If I was against NSFA, I would be against them from day one. I will not be talking to Ed Ferguson, I will not be talking to Kevin and at their beck and call all the time. However, we need to bring our residents on board. We need to listen to our residents. We don't just bulldoze our way through. The last time we gave a consent, they ceased consultation. They bulldoze their way through and they say, we already have our DA, what are you going to do about it? So I think this is unfair. I think as councillors, as a ward councillor, I like to see a developer consult the residents properly. Because until today, in Eastern Road in Eastern Tarahumara, the people there are still very sensitive over the Harris Farm project. Now, if NSFA wants to have their office there, and the people playing football there happily, with the residents being happy and welcome them as well, it's best to go and make peace with the residents, stop bulldozing through. That's not the way to do business with the residents. And this is council land. This is not a private property. And mind you, Harris Farm was a private property and it stirred up so much interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Spencer, I understand the Acting General Manager has a point of clarification with your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to clarify, Councillor Spencer. I believe when you read out your motion, you added in prior to Council authorising sign-off of the Office of Sports Infrastructure Grant landowner consent form as well?
Yes, that may be relevant to the other one, GB 14.
Councillor, my clarification is that's not what's written on the screen, so I just wanted to confirm that was in so we can correct it.
I'm sorry.
The version on the screen does not include that, but I believe it should. So I'll just ask...
Is that the one that I just sent through? Not the attachment, on the main email.
Yes, so I just wanted to confirm that the amendment that the motion that you're moving includes that, prior to council authorising sign-off of the Office of Sports Landover consent form.
So feel free to incorporate it as long as the seconder also. So while those words are being added, Councillor Kay, so Deputy Mayor Kay, as the seconder, are you interested to speak on this at this point in time?
I'll just speak briefly. The subject matter that constantly comes up with major projects is the lack of community consultation. We need to be driven by the community with our decision making. As Councillor Spencer has highlighted, we need to take the residents with us. I speak in support of this motion. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers on this item? Councillor Pettit.
Councillor Spencer, I might just add in a few words and you might find these acceptable, and hopefully you will. No, I'll say it in German, it might be a little bit easier. Und was können wir hier vielleicht okay. We have where it ends off, and a report be submitted to council in early 2024. Before that, and owners' consent is given. So we can put and owners' consent is given after modifications. So this is basically making it a small change that we are consulting. Once they've done their consulting, we give owners' consent, and then it is reported back to council.
Yes.
Does that make?
Yes.
Are you happy with that?
Is that your wording? That owners' consent is given.
No,
because it is prior. So you can put this there, but it is still prior. We're not giving consent.
Okay, let's just change that. In the scope of those modifications, and subsequently owners' consent is given. After we've done the consultation. So you have to.
So firstly, the order of that is incorrect. So the subsequently owner's consent is given is after that last sentence. If you can just cut and paste that after, right? So here we have NSFA undertake community consultation with NTAC and other interested interested adjoining residents here on the scope of the project. Report be submitted to council in early. Yes. Yes.
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers to this motion?
Sorry, can I just have this clarified? So after NSFA undertakes community consultation with NTAG, a report is brought back in early 2024, and then automatically owner's consent is given. Is that what that means?
Can you say that again, please? I'm sorry.
So NSFA is to undertake community consultation with NTAG and other interested adjoining residents, and then the modifications are to be brought back in a report early in 2024. And is NSFA automatically given owner's consent, or
it will come back to council, and council has to tick it off.
And council has to tick it off.
That's right.
So that's what that says.
That's right.
We're all clear on that. Because it says at the beginning that prior to council giving owner's consent.
In the first part, first sentence, right on top. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have Councillor Barbara Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question, and I don't know who to put this question to. It's my understanding that it's not a grandstand, that it is a stand, that modification was done, and also that there was community consultation. So I don't really know who to put that question to.
Let's do it through, would you be okay through the mayor to the relevant officer?
Yes, thank you.
Question through the mayor to the relevant officer.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the technical description of that element of the project is a grandstand. There would have been community consultation as part of the development application. There had been a range of public consultation initiatives undertaken by NSFA subsequent to the granting of that approval. The modification, if consent is granted by council to lodge a modification, would require further statutory notification as well.
Deputy Mayor Kay, do you have a question?
I do. I have a question for Councillor Spencer. You've noted here for NSFA to undertake community consultation. Do you have any guidelines or expectations of the community consultation, i.e. the timeframe NSFA will take to do this? What consultation does NTAG expect, if you know those answers? Thank you.
Well, the Mayor has suggested a few things. If I could defer that to the Mayor. A few ways, sorry, how this could be done.
Can you please clarify the question?
Okay, so we're undertaking community we're expecting NSFA to undertake community consultation. Do we have guidelines or expectations of what the community consultation is, i.e. is there a time frame for NSFA to do this consultation, and what consultation potentially does NTAG expect? Would we cover their expectations, or do you have suggestions, I think is what Councillor Spencer is referring to?
Okay. My opinion on this is that given that as a council we would like to, if we were to vote for this and see it succeed, I would personally prefer to see council coordinating part of this consultation process between NSFA, NTAG and other residents in the area. If it were left to NSFA, at the moment, based on the wording that I see, it's not clear to me the level of detail that's required. So what is a consultation? Is it one meeting? Is it 10 meetings? Is it 1 page, 10 pages? So my preference would have been to have council coordinate the process and for a certain time for it to be brought back. I know it says early 2024, but what does early 2024 mean? So more of a defined time frame that works with staff.
Would Councillor Spencer look at some adjustments to this, including a time frame and involvement of council with the community consultation?
So let's say, just thinking aloud here, that given conflicting concerns, right, regarding traffic and evacuation procedures and those things, that council would facilitate the consultation, and a report on the outcomes of these discussions is to be presented to council at the February or March ordinary meeting. Does that make sense? Is it acceptable?
You are the mover of the motion, so you can decide.
Yes, I'm happy with that adjustment.
Whoa, look at the list of names. Jeez.
Is that adjustment
Jeff
clear
Pettit,
to the
Martin
staff?
Smith. There's no bench there.
Councillor Spencer, can you please repeat the adjustment for the benefit of the staff?
So if we put a B, so that's A. So B would be a report on the outcomes of these discussions is to be presented to council at the February or March 2024 meeting to better inform decision making relating to the development.
Can we put just by March?
Yes.
Rather than February,
Yes.
just
Yes.
to avoid confusion?
Yes, and the first part will be A.
So just to clarify, both the mover and the seconder are okay with this wording? So, Councillor Pettit.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. There certainly has been a reasonable amount of consultation. I noticed that NSFA has letterboxed, hundreds and hundreds of people around the North Turramurra area there, and they've actually held some community consultation between them and all residents.
Not this amended hearing.
In regards to the project, and they've done that, I think, March, Councillor Lennon, I believe you're in attendance.
Yes.
In Councillor Ward. So we had 3 councillors at the initial forum that the NSFA had with all residents, NTAG, anybody that was interested, and they letterboxed by hand. As Kevin Johnson reminds me a number of times, he went around street by street, putting the notices in there, advising people this forum's on at the Club Turramurra, and it was well attended. So we have done they have already done a lot of community consultation. Is it on this particular mod? No, it's not, but it's on the entire project. And I believe the NSFA will continue to consult with the community up there, not just with specific groups like NTAG. NTAG are more than welcome to turn up, as are all residents. Not just the residents close by, it goes further up Robin Head Road, closer to the high school, and closer down towards Turramurra itself, because this project is for all concerned. So when we're saying that we need to consult further on this, it's already been done. It will continue to be done so until this project comes to fruition.
Councillor Alec Taylor.
Thank you. I'd like to move the officer's recommendation.
As an amendment.
As an amendment.
Seconded by Councillor Smith. So, Councillor Alec Taylor, please speak.
So this was not an easy decision. I made it some time ago. I've now voted on this matter, I think 3 times. I'm losing count, but it has gone on and on. I think there are very many factors to consider. I share many of the residents' concerns about traffic and parking. I expect NSFA to be on top of those issues, to be managing them very carefully, to be engaging with the community, and if they don't handle those issues appropriately, I expect council to intervene and to make those issues better and improve. There has been a huge amount of consultation, actually, huge amount of consultation on this. The most recent consultation happened in May of 2022, and I believe that we received 334 submissions. 239 of them were in support. That's 72% of the community that responded were in favour of that latest final version, or prior to this modification, of the grandstand. I'm concerned about bushfire risk for that whole area, way beyond that stadium and that site. We need to fix Bobbin Head Road. It's incredibly hard to fix given the trees that line it, but it is 1 lane in and out. It is the oldest postcode in, I believe, New South Wales, if not the country. We need to make that area safe. We need evacuation to be easy out of North Turramurra. So I share some of those concerns. It wasn't an easy decision, but I believe we should just get on with this now. I made the decision a long time ago. I'm ready to support this. Thank you.
Councillor Smith as seconder.
Mr Mayor, I too am very supportive in the officer's recommendation. I'm very confident in the amount of public consultation that's actually been done in relation to this. The NSFA even ran further consultation with the public, which was very public, in the Turramurra bowling clubs in both March and June. I do believe that the NSFA have actually trying to bring the community along with them and consult with them. I think to a point that it became a point where people were starting to even turn around and get annoyed that, and sort of pointing that it was being rubbed in their faces that this was moving forward. It wasn't the case at all. It was literally to bring the people along, give them the opportunity and adjust things and modify things that could actually suit the community that are directly living in the area, but also suit the greater community Ku-ring-gai who we all represent here. I think the modifications that has been put forward only benefit what is currently present, that has been proposed. I think that it will be a benefit to the community, and I do believe that the local community, once this is finally done, it will all simmer down, and then I think that everybody will be saying, well, it wasn't such a big deal in any case.
Just clarifying, was there a sound at the background? If so, security, I just flagging who made the disruption. My warning is the first and only warning. Please allow the councillors to focus on debate in silence.
As a council, it can be very difficult in pushing anything forward that is going to benefit the community, because as human beings, we generally don't like change. I think that it's important to acknowledge that...
Councillor Smith, may I ask the timer to be paused? Just confirming. So there was a conversation between security and a member of the public. That is that last warning, so I expect there to be silence going forward. Thank you. Councillor Smith, you may resume.
I think it's important that this council does not listen to a minority group, that it listens to the majority of the Ku-ring-gai residents. The majority of the Ku-ring-gai residents have overwhelmingly supported this, with an over 70% in favour of this, which will benefit the community and the children that are so going to need open space where games can be played, but also other people can come along and watch and be out of the rain and be in some shade occasionally. I really, with all the public consultation that's been done, with the reports that have been generated, I've gone through the reports myself, I've read them in great detail. I understand the concern that the residents have in regards to the fire risk. I'm confident in the reports that we've received back that those that's been negated by quite a number of matters. The NSFA has even gone to the point in saying when there is a bushfire risk, they will not be playing in those particular times. For somebody who served over 10 years in the New South Wales Fire Rescue, I know what can be done in an area when a fire is coming and to evacuate it. I feel personally confident after reading the reports and my experience in my role as a firefighter that everything has been done in a manner that can be done for the safety of the residents. For those reasons, I hope that we can get the support for this evening. Thank you.
Next up, we have Councillor Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I think this is a really good project. I feel for the residents. I've spoken to many residents about their concern, and I'm not dismissing them at all. I agree with Councillor Alec Taylor about the road. However, I understand some time ago there was some suggestion to widen the road, but the residents of that particular area did not want any work done there. I think having the stand would enable grandparents and parents to come and sit there in comfort. Women's soccer has really taken off, and young girls are really taking this particular sports on, and I think we should encourage it. It is so important for women, young girls, to be involved in it and for them to go on to the next level and represent our country. I also think that they need change rooms. It's very important. I also agree with Councillor Smith. I also have spoken to RFS, and I have also spoken to Kevin Johnson. I understand they will be installing some big tanks for water there. In the case of fire, the stand will also be a place where people will congregate should there be a fire as a safe place. I've worked in nursing homes. I'm very acutely aware of all of the issues in relation to old people. I have spoken to Huon Gardens. I've been advised that in the case of fire, the elderly people are never taken out. It is the ones who are mobile are the ones who go out of the residence first, and then the ones who are not mobile are actually kept in a safe place there. So I also have done a lot of research. I have also worked with the residents. I've spoken to a number of them. I've spoken to Kevin Johnson. I've spoken to different organisations like the Fireys, like all of those places. The thing that concerns me also is I've received a number of emails as well. And some of the things that's been said to me is that the stand will have an impact because there will no longer be any access to the playing field for normal people. I mean, I don't know if that is correct. The other thing is that the playing fields at NTRA will be exclusive to NSFA. Those are the two questions that I really don't know, and perhaps I could ask that question of one of the directors through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Question through me to the relevant director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there is no exclusivity over the booking of our fields.
Councillor Ward, continue. Was your speech completed, Councillor Ward?
Thank you.
Right, okay. I've got a question to Director Benasif as well. So, under a future arrangement, is it who is responsible for the booking system for NTRA?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the booking of the fields is through our normal booking system. There is no changes in the future. We are currently developing a booking policy, and we don't envisage any booking procedures to change.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pettit, your light is on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, last weekend we had probably one of the hottest days of the year. Strangely enough, there were no soccer games scheduled then. Surprise, surprise. And guess what happens in the summer competition? They actually play after hours, 6 o'clock onwards, in the cooler part of the day. All sports now have a heat policy, and normally around the 36 degrees they will tend to call games off. We're getting into a high-risk area before we actually get into an extreme area. And that's based on the heat and humidity at the particular time. So this furphy, shall we say, that there are games going to be played in the heat of the day in summer is a nonsense. It is primarily a winter sport. And guess what? Bushfires in the middle of winter when it's, 10 degrees, very unlikely. So again, that's another furphy that's being thrown around, and it's going to be almost this heat wave apocalypse and everybody's going to burn and there's going to be bushfires raging while soccer's being played. In the middle of winter, not going to happen. So I actually invite councillors and residents of North Turramurra to actually go down to NTRA on a Saturday night or a Sunday night and experience the joy of 8 degrees in the middle of winter, sitting out in the open when it's raining or the wind is blowing, therefore giving a wind chill factor of 5 degrees. What would you prefer? To be sitting under covered seating, or would you prefer to be sitting out in the open? I think I know which I would prefer. I think which 99.9% of people would actually prefer to be sitting under some sort of shelter. Now, with this particular development, we will have female change rooms. And as Councillor Ward alluded to, the female sport is just growing and growing across all sports, not just soccer, AFL, Aussie rules, rugby union, rugby league. Particularly for the NSFA and NTRA, we have some of the best players in the country playing at that particular location. We have women that come from interstate to play with the Northern Tigers. Some of them young Matildas. We have players that come up through our ranks, go on to first grade, play with the Northern Tigers and then go to NPL and then on to the Matildas. So that is a hell of a damn good pathway, isn't it? And we should be encouraging that. We don't want our female players and our female junior players having to change in the car or behind a tree or in the car park. And that's just nonsense. Let's get out of the 20th century, 19th century, move into the 21st century, make sure that this particular project proceeds. And I invite those that think it is bad to actually go down and watch some of the games, whether it be junior level, seniors, women, boys, girls, whatever. It is a great way to get involved in your community. And you don't necessarily have to do it at NTRA. You can just wander across the road to Samuel King and support Turramurra United. And particularly with their female part of their club, you have got a lot of ex-Tiger players playing for Turramurra United. And also Linfield, that is an extremely strong club. And I would imagine that both Roseville councillors should be very proud of Linfield and the way they perform on the field and off the field, both male and female. And again, many of those play games at NTRA, as do other clubs. So it's not solely for the Tigers, it is for all clubs up there. So I don't see too many drawbacks. And this nonsense that there will be traffic chaos up there. We have schools that actually use this particular facility. And a number of us councillors actually went up there for their 2-day event. And guess what? They used buses. There was hundreds of school children there using the facilities on multiple soccer pitches. There was not traffic chaos. They used buses. And they come from the Central Coast, down south. We actually had one school from Orange that actually applied to be part of it as well too. So that particular event is just going to grow and grow. But they come there and there's no shelter. It is embarrassing. They need shelter, they need the proper facility. So let's get it done.
Thank you, Councillor Petet. I'm just going to add this reminder again. I ask everyone in the gallery to allow us to make decisions free of interjections so that we can make the best possible decisions for the community. Next up, we have Councillor Spencer.
Yes, some questions, please. This is through you to Director Watson, probably. Has there been consultation on the amended DA?
Through you, Mr Mayor, no, because council hasn't given consent for that DA to be lodged.
Now, is not the amended DA, the current DA that they are hoping to amend, is that DA compliant?
Through you, Mr Mayor, the reason the modification has been lodged is because they understand that NSFA is not able to get a certified to sign off on it.
Thank you. Thank you. So currently, just to clarify, the $500,000 grant has been rescinded. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr Mayor, that is a matter of public record now, yes.
Yes, correct, thank you. And also currently, the $3.6 million grant is suspended. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr Mayor, that matter is also a matter of public record canvassed in GB 14.
Right. So, through you, Mr Mayor, to your other Roseville Councillor-elect Taylor, have you made all those decisions, because you said you have made this decision, your decision a long time ago, regardless whether they have consent, they have grant, the DA is non-compliant and everything, let's just rubber stamp that.
Back in 2018, the state government removed all development application responsibilities from councillors. I do not have influence over the approval of a DA, and none of us do. I'm I'm not weighing in on the DA. I'm weighing in on this development.
So that they can apply for the $3.6 million grant.
Sure.
And your
I understand now that for completeness, we have to do it formally. And I believe that that's covered in GB 14 rather than this particular business item.
right. So just one more question, if I may.
Sure, go for it.
Thank you. Then why do we have this agenda then if they already have consent?
That's not really a question for me.
But you just said that each time you believe they already have consent. So the question is to you.
Yeah,
why do they come to us to ask for consent?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to try and answer that question. I have not chosen to initiate the process for allowing owner's consent. I personally believe that I have in the past already provided owner's consent for this particular facility. I'm happy to provide it again for completeness for the grant application. I want to say one thing. I think that it was pretty poor that NSFA used owner's consent from the previous tranche of the grant for the second tranche of the grant. I think that was pretty poor behaviour. I also understand...
So it's starting to deviate a bit.
Well, I'm just sort of providing completeness on the issue of owner's consent. Perhaps I'll leave it there.
Councillor Spencer, is that...
No, I believe he has answered the question.
Yep.
Thank you.
Councillor Lennon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the challenges here is the relationship between GB11 and GB14. Now, what we have here is very specifically geared around the modifications to the application. We've heard a lot about consultations by NSFA. This is, I understand, playing around with the design, modifying the design at the request in consultation with residents and other interested parties. The focus of this item is recognising that there is changes to what is planned that is in the interests of the local residents, of the users, of everyone concerned. This is quite different to the consent for the purpose of clarity related to the sports grants, which comes up at GB 14. So I think here what we're saying is these are good modifications. Whatever you think of the whole project, it's going ahead. This is tweaking what's planned, following consultation by the NSFA for the benefit of all concerned. If this goes down, the project's still proceeding, it's just whether we're going to be one step back in terms of DAs, and I don't think that helps anybody. So I support what's happening here, the amendment from Councillor Alec Towler, to pick up on the consultation that NSFA does and keeps on doing. So I support this.
Councillor Spencer, your light
Thank you,
is on.
Mr. Mayor. Question through you to Councillor Lennon. Your lucky day. So, in his speech earlier, he said that what NSFA is doing is making improvements to their current DA. They don't have to, but they're doing it to please the people, right? So let's say if we rejected this consent for the amended DA, can they then go back to, the question will be, can they then go back and build on the previous DA?
So on that question, I'm going to allow this one question, but I do point out that clause 9.17 says councillors must put questions directly, succinctly, respectfully, and without argument. So I will allow this one question to be
I
answered.
can make it succinct if you like.
Without argument. Councillor Lennon, can you please answer that question?
That's a technical question based upon the effectiveness of the current DA and everything that's in place. So what you're asking me is the legal implications of rejecting this. And I would imagine that exactly we have in place a current DA and it's effectively going to be unmodified. But this is a technical question that I would imagine Director Watson or others are better suited to answer.
Can we direct that question to Director Watson?
Sure.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. NSFA, as the applicant, has a valid consent. It is their professional advice that their certifier and a number of certifiers is unable to certify the plans for a construction certificate for a number of reasons. That is not council's problem. The amended set of plans before you deal with those issues relating to inability to get a certifier to deal with the plans, and NSFA has taken what is in their opinion the opportunity to make some further changes that address matters that had been raised to them by the community in their own community consultation. The staff in this report, GB11 and GB14, have made no assessment at all of any of those changes. We won't do that. That would be a matter that would only occur when a formal modification is lodged and assessed in a normal manner.
Councillor Spencer,
right,
direct,
so-
succinct,
Yes,
respectful,
thank you. I
without
was going to do
argument.
that. Thank you. Thanks for your reminder. So very succinct question through you to Director Watson. If we reject this the consent for this amended DA, am I right to say that the present DA falls over? They can't build anything?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is a matter for NSFA to determine with their professional advisors and their certifier, and it's my understanding they can't get someone to certify it. So if they can't get someone to certify it and give them a construction certificate, it's effectively inoperable.
Are there any other speakers or questions on this matter, which is an amendment right now? Councillor Smith.
Mr. Mayor, through you, might be to Director Watson or Director Mayosic. Is it not uncommon for these type of changes with any form of building, let alone being this one being built on a council property, that these type of modifications and these type of things are ironed out during a process? Is that not quite a common process that we're going through?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it depends on what they are. I'm not personally privy to issues that the applicant is having post-consent, and that's a matter for them. That's a matter between them and their certifier. So until the process that we get involved in is if and when consent is granted for the modification application, it's from that point onwards that the process then commences as far as development assessment is concerned.
Thank you. So basically what we're doing at the moment here, it's really that the applicant is just getting the ducks in a row for it, really.
The applicant with their certifiers, yes.
Yep. Thank you.
Councillor Spencer.
Thank you. Succinct question to Director, through you, to Director Mayosic. Normal practice, have you come across where they amend the DAs and all those things, but they have a HOA before the DA?
Sorry, didn't quite get that question. Could you please repeat?
Have you come across a DA applicant that has an agreement with council to build something before they actually have the DA?
Yes, because that would be the owner's consent. Otherwise, they couldn't lodge their DA.
Sorry, but they don't have the consent now. I'm talking about this one.
If I'm understanding the question correctly,
Okay.
do they have the agreement of the council if the council is the landowner before they get their DA? Was that the question?
I'm sorry. Perhaps I should ask a different director. Can I try again?
Yes.
Perhaps Director Watson, have you come across a developer that applies for a consent for a DA when they already have an agreement?
If I understand the question correctly, and using council as the developer, we had a heads of agreement in place for basketball courts at St Ives High School. We then got development consent, and we got that development consent before we had a project deed and a licence. And that same sequence of events would have applied to the Linfield Village Green, where we had a heads of agreement with Transport for New South Wales. We then got development consent. We then did a modification, and then we had project deeds and licences in place. So the sequence of events that NSFA is going through here is not uncommon. Well, it's very similar to two projects we've done ourselves. One as the landowner and one as the user of the land. And with the basketball courts, it may be when we discover conditions on ground, we may in fact have to modify that consent as well, and that would not be, it's inconvenient, but it's not uncommon.
There being no other questions or speeches, I would now put this amendment. So just to clarify, we've got an amendment here, which is the officer's recommendation. We are voting on whether or not this amendment becomes the motion. All those in favour for this amendment becoming the motion, please raise your hands. And that is Councillors Pettet, Lennon, Smith, Wheatley, Taylor, Ward. Those against are Councillors Kay, Spencer, Greg Taylor and Nye. Given that it is 6-4, the amendment now becomes the motion and we can resume the debate. So just to clarify, so far we've had Spencer and Kay speaking for and Pettet against, but let's continue. Are there any other speakers on this which has now become the motion? No? I will speak for what is now the motion. Look, my personal preference would have been what Councillor Spencer had put up as the original motion, but I am also quite supportive of what I see here as well. I do believe that with a growing population, we do need to provide for the sporting needs of not just our residents today, and arguably the facilities aren't adequate for today, but we also need to provide for the needs of our residents tomorrow. I do believe that this modified DA would go towards meeting those needs. I do understand that NSFA has proposed to fund it themselves. Whether or not that is achievable is another point of debate, which we haven't gotten into here. But I do believe that something like this needs to go ahead. I do have concerns that there is a bit of disunity between the local football community and some of the residents in North Turramurra. I do wish that there was further dialogue between both groups, and I do believe that there will be genuine intent to continue that as this progresses. But overall, look, things like this need to be done over time, and I am supportive of the motion. Are there any other speakers? If not, we will put this motion to a vote. All those in favour, they are Councillors Pettet, Lennon, Smith, Wheatley, Councillor Alec Taylor, Councillor Ward and Councillor Nye. Those against are Councillors Kay, Spencer and Councillor Greg Taylor. I declare this motion to be carried. Next up, we have GB12, which is 47 Lorraine Road, Roseville, the former bowling club site. I understand that some residents are parting now, so let's just stop for 30 seconds, let residents part. Meanwhile, thank you for your attendance. and thank you for participating without interjection. So next up is GB12, 47 Lorraine Road, Roseville, which is the former bowling club site. I am seeking a motion, if there is a motion.
I'm happy to move a motion, Mr. Mayor. This is not the version that I sent through this afternoon. This is the Mayor's earlier multi-point motion.
Wait, something's being put up on the screen?
Yep.
So, Councillor Alec Taylor, just to clarify, would you be open to just presenting just point B in isolation? Because I know it's getting late.
Yep.
It just simplifies things a lot more.
Yep.
Keeps it simple.
Yep.
Makes it clear what we're
Let's do
voting
that.
on.
Can we delete
So,
everything but... Yep,
delete everything
but-
except for... So that is moved by Councillor Alec Taylor. Just point B by itself. And it is seconded by...
Would you be willing to second it?
Yes, I will second it, Councillor Nye. So, as the mover of the motion, can you please speak to it?
I will endeavour to speak to it briefly. About 10 years ago, the land was reclassified. It was reclassified during an endeavour to make it legal to rent out the cottage on the site. So council staff identified that we could rent out the cottage, but it was already classified as community land, as operational land, I beg your pardon. There was then a proposal and some community consultation on that, and the intent and the expectation created with the community was that we would reclassify the whole area to make it operational, carve out the cottage, make the cottage operational land, and then revert the remainder for the community. We never did that. We should have done that. It should be community land. One of the key, well, there are a couple of key reasons why it needs to be community land. One is there isn't accessible open space in this area. There is across Warringah Road, there is Roseville Chase Oval, which is not accessible by pedestrians. It is simply not accessible by pedestrians. It's got a narrow, windy road with no pedestrian access. There's a small child's playground on Babbage Road, which is not open space, and there's Echo Point down the bottom of Babbage Road, which also has no open space, but which is beautiful, by the way, and I encourage everybody to go and visit it. This is land, secondly, that we're going to need for the future. Whether we like it or not, our population is growing. We're going to have housing imposed upon us. We will fight it as much as we can. We understand that the residents don't want intensification or an increase in population density, but it is happening. I would encourage everybody to read the Mayor's Mayoral Minute to understand what we currently believe is coming down the line. We need to think about the long term. We need to think about the population in the future, not just the current people, but the people who are going to be there in 10 years and 20 years. We need to ensure that there are good community facilities, that there is open space for all of them. So I urge everybody to please support this motion. Thank you.
As seconder, I reserve my right to speak. And I was wondering if there are other speakers to this motion. Councillor Spencer.
Oh, thank you. I would like to move an amendment.
Sure.
And staff hopefully will have that. Just need a second.
Let's wait for it to come up on screen. and then see if we have a seconder. Do we have a seconder for this potential amendment? Seconded by Councillor Pettit. Councillor Spencer, can you please confirm that these are the points?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay,
Thank you.
You may now speak to the amendment.
So again, this has been debated for a few years, and that was the current status of the bowling club. So likewise, I've made my decision a few years ago on this, and I don't think, I should change my decision, because remember your mayoral minutes, there's a intensification of housing, and I think what staff have put in place for Roseville Bowling Club is the correct recommendation, and therefore I encourage council to support this amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Pettit.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It seems to be back to the future. We were at this particular point not that too long ago where we were ready to roll with selling it at R2. We then had the various councillors argue if we're going to sell it, we should be selling it at R3 so we maximise our returns, whether it be the whole lot or part of it. Now, unfortunately, R3 means multi-storey, potentially 6 stories on site. So that those that were pushing very hard for R3, not looking so crash hot now, is it? Nobody wanted 6 stories, or nobody even thought it could potentially be 6 stories when the 50-50 proposal was voted on. So, what are our options? We can sell it at R2, and as we know, state government is sweetening R2 by allowing certain other developments within R2. We can go back to R3, potentially whacking on 6 stories, or we can keep it as is, a derelict bowling club site, and we actually have no funds to convert it to anything. Remember, councillors, if we want to convert it to a nice park and user-friendly and put in various facilities, we've got to find the money from somewhere. We have no funds to do that. So there are your 3 alternatives. Sell it at R2. Nobody wants to sell it at R3 now. So didn't see anybody jumping up and down saying, away we go with that. Or we keep it as a disused bowling club site, and the next council might actually make a decision on it. And I have a foreshadowed amendment.
Councillor Alec Taylor.
Thanks. I would also like to foreshadow an amendment. Do I do that now, or do I wait until we've dealt with yours?
So what will happen is if this amendment were to be defeated, we will first go to Councillor Pettit's foreshadowed amendment, and if that foreshadowed amendment were to be defeated, then we will go to Councillor Alec Taylor's foreshadowed amendment.
I'd like to withdraw my foreshadowed amendment.
Okay, withdrawn. All right. Councillor Lennon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This may well be a good idea. My concern is that with the often talked about uncertainty in terms of the housing laws at the moment, this might not be a good time to proceed towards a sale that would give the purchaser the benefit that I would hope the council would get should we make a decision to proceed to sale. So I'm not comfortable with the earlier motion that made a commitment to retain the land, but I'm also not comfortable with a motion that, in a sense, puts the cart before the horse in terms of what zoning laws might be. So I think that this may well be a good idea in 3 or 4 months' time when the state government has clarified its intentions and we have done what we need to in response to that. But this might be the, if you like, a good motion, but at the wrong time. So I'm inclined to oppose it at this particular time.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Lennon must be reading my notes because I do feel very much the same with it. I think at the moment we've got a lot of pressure on us on this council. I think that there is a lot of things that we're unaware of what the state government's going to require. I think at the moment it would be in the council's interest to retain this at the moment, and I'm not in support of the previous motion either. I think we would need to find some new wording that we literally put in a bit of a holding pattern till we understand what we're dealing with. We've still got further information that's coming from the state government. Unfortunately, we just seem to wait to it's in print in the newspapers versus it coming to us. But I think that there's a great deal of challenges, and I think that we should keep as many things up our sleeve so that we can work through them as we need to address them, because they're matters that are out of our control. And the only thing that we can actually control at the moment are these sites that we've currently got at the moment, and can make the decision appropriately at the appropriate time. So for those reasons, I can't support this either.
Deputy Mayor Kay.
I've got an amendment.
So would you like that to be a foreshadowed amendment after Councillor Petet's foreshadow?
No, can I do it just as an amendment rather than a foreshadow?
So far we've had a
No.
motion. We're talking about an amendment. There's a foreshadow amendment that's lining up.
Okay,
and
all
then
right.
you
I'll
could
wait
have a-
after.
Okay. All right. I would like to speak briefly against this. So this goes back to the lack of open space in the immediate area, or the open space options that are decent for having your dog run around, having yourself going for a jog, kicking a ball, that sort of thing. They are all at least 15 minutes walk away, many of them with steep terrain, many of them without footpaths available. So it is quite a bit of a distance. I would not be supportive of a motion that sells the entirety of the site at this point in time. Now, given that there are no other speakers, let's vote on whether or not this amendment becomes the motion. So all those in favour, please raise your hands. And that is nobody. And then all those who are against the amendment becoming the motion, that is unanimous. Yeah, I just have to confirm. Okay, so now we have a foreshadowed amendment from Councillor Pettit.
My foreshadowed amendment is this matter be deferred until Council receives clear and precise instructions from the state government.
Seconded by Councillor Spencer, who put his hand up first. So, Councillor Pettit, would you like to speak to this amendment?
Absolutely. Councillor Wheatley, the answer is yes, I do want to speak to it. You know, one has to get one's money's worth. Well, it's obvious that the state government really doesn't know what they're doing. They're just throwing, hand grenades out, and then we'll work out the detail later on after the carnage has happened. Obviously, the best and most sensible course of action is not to proceed with any action until we know what the state government actually has planned and what the precise details will be for their brave new world of high density. So it makes good sense to wait. Simple as that, guys.
So, Councillor Pettit, just to confirm, do you want to add any additional words to the end, like precise clarification about what?
I might get Director Watson to add in the appropriate wording that we know. Planning.
This may be out of order, but I have substantial wording.
Just
I do too.
throw it out there.
Just my amendment.
Mine is better, or it's the same?
I understand that this potential wording will satisfy what you're aiming to do, Councillor Pettit, as it came from Director Watson. Can we...
I have submitted potential wording which has been confirmed by Director Watson that covers exactly this.
So just
So
pull
can you
out.
just bring that up and then I will ask Councillor Pettit if he's happy with that
Yeah,
particular wording.
regardless of who it came from, it's the same words.
Yeah, it makes a difference.
So, Councillor Pettit, are you okay with this wording?
Add probably the draft housing, except on the bottom of it.
It has draft housing step at the end.
Yep.
And Councillor Spencer as seconder? Okay. All right, so Councillor Spencer as seconder, would you like to speak to this? All right. Any other speakers on this matter? No? So let us vote on whether or not this amendment should become the motion. All those in favour? That is it's Councillors Kay, Spencer, Pettit, Lennon, Smith, Wheatley, Ward, and I might as well. So Councillor Nye. Those who are against are Councillors Alec Taylor and Councillor Greg Taylor. So given that it's 8-2, this becomes the motion. Now that it is the motion, are there any other speakers on this motion? If not, I ask Councillor Alec Taylor to sum up.
Given it's the motion, I'm happy to support this. Let's wait to see what comes back. It hasn't changed my view on what we should do with this site, but it's a reasonable compromise.
All right, so let us put this to a vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Next up, we have GB 13, which is about Pennant Avenue, Gordon, the former bowling club site. I seek a motion.
My light on first.
Oh, okay, Councillor Kay's light is on first.
So I have a motion which is the same but in relation to, so it's got the same content as the previous Roseville one, but for Gordon.
Seeking a seconder for this, so we had Councillor Pettit put up his hand first. So Kay and Pettit, would you like to speak to it?
No, I'm going to reserve my right on this. I think it's quite self-explanatory.
All right. Councillor Pettit, would you like to speak to this?
I could see Councillor Wheatley with big smiles, knowing that I was going to talk on the matter. Councillor Kay, it was quite obvious that we should do exactly the same thing. We really shouldn't proceed until the state government gives us their words of wisdom, whatever that may be at some future point in time. There's no point putting the cart before the horse. We've got to make sure our ducks are in a row and all those other various expressions. So,
Councillor Lennon, your light is on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move as an amendment to this, a motion that staff should have over there that Councillor Ward and I sent over today, or Councillor Ward sent.
Would you like to read it out for us? So moved by Councillor Lennon, seconded by Councillor Ward.
We move that Council notes the report dated April 2022 on the public hearing panel proposal regarding the former Gordon Bowling Club site, being part of 4 Pennant Avenue, Gordon, confirming the need for recreational space on the west side of the Pacific Highway, Gordon. B, Council notes the most recent recreational needs study for Ku-ring-gai, further confirming the need for recreational space on the west side of the Pacific Highway, Gordon. C, Council retains the former bowling club at 4 Pennant Avenue, Gordon as public open space, and that an action be included in the 2024-2025 operational plan to prepare a master plan for the site. D, Council urgently carries out the remediation work necessary to remove or reduce the fence and reopen the walkway between the site and Bushman's Avenue, Gordon. E, carries out the necessary maintenance of the site to enable recreational use, pending identification of longer-term uses for this site.
So, Councillor Lennon, as the mover, would you like to speak to it?
I would, Mr. Mayor. This site is different to the one at Roseville. We have the report.
The second is Councillor Ward. So now the mover of the amendment is speaking.
Yes, in many ways we're back to where we were 18 months ago, and this site is different to the one at Roseville. There was a very clear report by the independent chairman into this site that was presented to council in April of last year and that we voted on, talked about a little bit in July, but we voted upon in August last year. And that confirms that this particular part of the municipality is in dire need of recreational space in a way that, quite frankly, no other part is. As we heard last week, this has arguably the highest population density in Ku-ring-gai, although some say that others are at a comparable level. But it's a very densely populated area with nothing at the moment for the local residents to use. So, of course, the pandemic, they had access to the site. The bowling club closed some years ago. And given the really crying out need for open space in this particular area and this land that we already own, as the independent chairman said in that report of April last year, given that we own the land, given it's there, ready to be used for the public, we should take the opportunity to retain it and to develop some kind of recreational space. We can work out the details later, but at least it is some open land, grass, the local residents can picnic, play, kick a soccer ball around, while we'll identify further uses. Now, I particularly draw your attention to item D. I learned recently that in spite of the efforts we made to remove the fence sealing most of the site, in fact, all the site, there's a portion of fence blocking access to the walkway. And that is a walkway that's been extremely useful to residents for a long, long time, in cutting the way between Gordon Station down to that part of Gordon and Pollara. So we're looking to really just do the minimal amount, carrying out the necessary maintenance so people can move around safely, do those picnicking, doing the leisure activities, but this land we already own is there, reflecting that urgent need for public recreational space in this part of Gordon, which is unlike that anywhere else, unlike that at Roseville, unlike that of anywhere else. So in many ways I'd like to repeat everything that I said 18 months ago in the context of that report coming out and then vote that we know. Because 18 months ago we did as a council decide to do essentially this. There were ideas for exploring the longer term use, which as yet we haven't really progressed anything with, for various reasons, such as the report that are in the business papers. But here's a chance to turn back the clock, draw upon the information that we had 18 months ago, which has only been affirmed by the Recreational Needs Fund. And that is this area of Gordon and Pollara, west side of the Pacific Highway. There's nowhere for the locals to wander, to get a grass underfoot, to pick around a soccer ball, to picnic, do everything else that people with good sized backyards can do, and people with parks throughout the municipality can do. This part of Gordon cannot do unless we preserve this portion of open space for them. So I commend this motion to you. As I say, it's different to Roseville because of the nature of this land, and anyone standing on the Roseville Bowling Club site as against the Gordon Bowling Club site without preempting what decisions might be made about Roseville in the future. I think there's a crying out immediate need for Gordon to secure the site and give the residents who've had a pretty hard year with this place fenced off, sealed from their use, a bit of comfort that actually this is their land. It's their land to use. You can work out the details later. Give them a bit of park land. So I commend this motion to you. Thank you.
Next up, we have Councillor Ward, who seconded this motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I concur with everything that Councillor Lennon has said. However, I'd like to draw attention to the Chairman's report. He noted that all written submissions to the public hearing were against the reclassification of the site from community to operational land and its rezoning for housing. He concluded the site of the former Gordon Bowling Club is a valuable council asset which potentially could be repurposed into a multifunctional public open space and community facility as it is already in council's ownership. This land is already community land. and we need to keep it as such. Many councils in Sydney have repurposed those bowling club sites. This is also, at the moment, the council is at odds with its needs study because we are not meeting our open space. The New South Wales government wants greater population density close to transport hubs and town centres. As the population density increasingly necessarily increases to the north and west of the former Gordon Bowling Club site, and further trees are cut down to allow for this increase in density, a park and community facility on this site will be a valuable community asset. I'm concerned that with the increasing population, we will, and indeed are already falling behind in open spaces for recreation needs, which is vital both for physical and good mental health. This is the community land. The motion before us is to change it to operational land. I urge the councillors to please think about this carefully, given what the New South Wales government is doing. I ask that the fellow councillors support this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Alec Taylor.
I actually agree with much of what Councillors Lennon and Ward have said tonight, and certainly I support the intent of this amendment, but on balance I'm speaking against it. In particular, I think we should do points D and E immediately. I think any motion that we pass tonight should include those points. We should reopen the land and maintain it for immediate community use. I don't think we should sell either bowling green, both of the bowling greens that are on the agenda tonight. Of course there are differences between them, of course there are. But I believe both communities need their open space. They need them particularly in the long term. And I do think that we need to treat both communities equitably. I think we need to be fair to both of them. So for that reason, I won't be voting for this amendment. I would prefer a motion that was Councillor Kay's motion, but with the addition of points D and E, and would like to foreshadow that motion.
So, Councillor Pettit.
To start off with a quick question, just Director Bonassef, we've got this remediation work. Aren't we already undertaking all those good things, Director? If you can confirm where we're at with that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we have engaged a environmental consultant to prepare an environmental management plan which is currently in action, hence why we've relocated the fence. The initial detailed site investigation report identified area of concern number 4 as an area of asbestos that contains asbestos, and it was reported to council a few months ago to fence off that area. Unfortunately, by fencing off that area, it restricts access from Bushlands Avenue, and hence why Bushlands Avenue is restricted. We've continue to engage a consultant to prepare a remediation action plan. That remediation action plan has been sitting on my desk for the last 2 days. I have reviewed that remediation action plan today, and I have asked for further clarification to ensure that any future remediation of that site will lead to full access for the community, because as it stands now within that action plan, the community will still be restricted from that area. So I'm hopeful that that remediation action plan will be ready before Christmas, if not early in January or to mid-January. And it's a matter of what they recommend in terms of remediation and costing it and undertaking that work on site. So it's certainly in place, and it's hopeful within the next couple of months we'd have some direction in terms of what is required to remediate that area of concern number 4 to open it up back to the community. With regards to we're currently maintaining the site now.
Thank you, Director. No, it was great to hear that you're actually doing what's already happening in D&E. Just a follow-up question, with the costs of the remediation, will that be reported to council at all?
It will be reported through the quarterly budget review.
Excellent, thank you very much. So D&E are not necessarily required up there. Well, the Gordon Bowling Club, interesting site, isn't it? What would have been great is if the bowling club hadn't have closed and people would have actually used it and kept it active and vibrant. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. We got this bowling club, which we didn't really want. Now, last term, Councillor Kelly actually put up a NOM, if memory serves, looking at various options that could be done on site. And I think one was a market garden, some was some playground equipment, but it was coming up with various options. I don't believe he actually got a seconder for that. And there was no community interest to actually do that. So last term, councillors had no interest in doing that. The community weren't there coming to forum saying, yes, do all this and it's great, it's great, it's great. No interest whatsoever. Roll through to the next election and we've got candidates saying, we will save the bowling club site as part of their election platform. Now, the problem with that is, by saving the Gordon Bowling Club site, you took money away from going to build Marion Street Theatre. Because last term, we had flagged those two bowling club sites for sale and those proceeds to build Marion Street Theatre. So in effect, the good work of the previous term had been undone by the newer councils. So what has happened, Marion Street Theatre hasn't been built, we've got a derelict site which we still don't know what we're doing with. And we have no way of funding this. To the relevant director, do you know what you're going to be putting in this master plan if this actually gets passed?
Through you, Mr Mayor, generally don't start a master plan process with a preconceived outcome.
Okay, so how would you actually put this in place? That you're actually going to prepare a master plan for the site when you don't actually know what you're going to be putting in it?
Through you, Mr Mayor, if you follow the pathway that we do for park designs, we go out and do a survey of the community to see what they want done in this place.
Thank you, Director. It's a pity that this council didn't follow what the plan was from the previous council. Marion Street Theatre would have been almost built. You wouldn't have had two bowling clubs to deal with. Instead, for 2 years, we've gone round in circles and we still have these bowling clubs, which we don't know yet what to do with. We've got the Roseville one, which we're putting on hold. We need to put this thing on hold as well too, till we actually know what's going on. And unfortunately, councillors, if you want to convert this to open space, where are you going to get the money from? Nobody's come up with a plan. I don't believe any councillor said we're going to find $5 or $10 million or whatever the magic number is. Where is the money coming from? Under that R3 50/50 proposal, there was a plan there. Build R3, get your half part. But nobody wants to touch that R3 now, do they? I don't want 6 stories put on the bowling club site. So again, come back to where are we going to get the money to do this? We might have a nice little master plan, and we'll say using this schmick, but no way of funding it again. So we're back to the future. So I cannot support this amendment.
Councillor Alec Taylor.
Just a quick question, point of clarification through the Acting General Manager to Director of Operations. I believe you said that we are urgently carrying out the remediation work necessary to remove or reduce the fence and reopen the walkway. Is that right? We are urgently doing that work to reopen the walkway and reduce the fence. Is that happening?
That's correct. Through you, Mr Mayor, that's correct. So for that, in order for that to happen, so if you may recall a few months ago, we reallocated the fence and isolated to one little area, which is area of concern number 4. Because that area is contaminated with asbestos, we need to remediate that area. So the wheels are actually in motion and getting the right reports, getting the right advice on how to remediate that portion of the site to open it back up to the community.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor, a point of clarification for Councillor Lennon, who I believe moved this amendment. Is it your belief that we still are required to pass Part D tonight in order to get this done? What is the difference that you're looking for in actions from operations tonight?
Having experienced the old fence around this site for a year, held there by a council resolution, I really like the idea of having a council resolution given to this fence. Being scarred by the experiences of last year, I just want this damn fence gone and the work done urgently. And any council resolution that can confirm it gets done, the better.
So certainty.
Certainty and expedition.
Councillor Smith.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to support this motion amendment. Unfortunately, the reasons why I would have to pull away from it is the same reasons I pulled away from the Roseville Bowling Club side. I do agree that there's some very different requirements and needs in the Gordon ward, but at the moment I don't think we really understand what those needs are. And again, that goes back to the state government with what they're going to push through this council, if you like, is probably a better way to put it, on what their requirements are, what we need to do. And I think then once we've got an understanding that, it will allow us to better address what the residents of Gordon do need. I, however, do definitely agree with what Councillor Lennon put up this evening, that Gordon has got a shortage of this type of space and that it needs to be looked at, but I don't think the decision is right to be made here this evening without having all the facts in front of us. It would almost be we're playing cards, which I'm not a gambler, I'm just going to put that out there. If we're playing cards, it would be like playing some cards before you got all the cards in your hand. So for those reasons, unfortunately, I will not be able to support this evening. Thank you. Councillor
Ward, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, my question is that in your Mayor's memo, perhaps it's to you, we are going to fight to not have R3s built anywhere or anywhere, everywhere and anywhere. So if we're going to change this from community land to operational land, are we not giving the state government an opportunity to say, here it is, we can now go and build something there?
So in answer to that question, this isn't about converting from community land to operational land, so I'm not sure if it is relevant. If it had been converted to operational land, it would be a bit more difficult to reverse, but I don't think it's relevant to what is here or to the original motion.
The original motion was...
Oh, as in what Councillor Kay had put up as the original motion. But yeah, I don't think anyone here is proposing at this stage to turn it into operational land, based on what I can see.
But if we put it onto a holding pattern...
If we put it on holding pattern, it remains as community land. There is no threat.
Point of order. One rule for everyone. We discussed this in the beginning of the meeting.
Yes, yes.
Mr. Mayor, I think I'm allowed to speak with this...
Actually, no. Question.
Well, I was putting a question to the Mayor, respectfully, Dr.
So I'm just going to rule on this. Look, both Councillor Spencer and Councillor Ward have asked a number of questions tonight. Both have asked questions of a significant length, and I'm treating both of those equally. Now, if you would like me in a future meeting to come down super hard and fast on those and make it super succinct, sure.
Look,
no.
I do not know I do not know again how clear I have to be. Follow the rule.
Councillor Spencer.
Follow the rule. It's as simple
you
as
may
that.
raise a point of order, but
I have raised a point of
Councillor-
order.
No, you haven't.
But yes, I have.
Councillor Alec Taylor.
I have raised a point of order. You need to follow the rule. You can't keep on changing the rule and say, next time I'm going to do this, next time I'm going to do that. Stick to the rule. Right? If you don't want to stick to the rule, then don't stick to the rule.
I've applied it consistently. So, Councillor Ward, your light is still on. Do you have more questions? No. Right, I will speak against this item very briefly. First, I'd like to note that there has been a difference between last council term and this council term. The biggest contributor to the difference is something called COVID-19. During COVID-19, many households started to appreciate the importance of decent quality open space close to where they live. And that may be one of the reasons why you see the shift in attitudes towards bowling club sites. Secondly, I'd like to talk about what is the minimum level required to make a site usable to the public. So if you look at what is here, if points D and E had been carried out, you don't need, the biggest, schmickest, most expensive do-up of the site for it to be immediately usable to the public. The site, the sections that aren't fenced off already are already usable quite well to the public, and the public appreciates it. So regardless of where that site is, look, you don't have to spend a lot of money to take it up to the standard that you want. Sure, we'd like to do it, but we don't have the money for that right now. Let's explore options for that in the future when there is greater density, when there are more rate-paying residents in the area. But yeah, I don't believe that just because you don't have an extra $5 or $10 million doesn't mean you can't use either of the existing sites now. But look, ultimately, I go back to consistency. How we treat one site, we should treat the other. If we are saying with the other that we need to be concerned about potential changes coming up and we need to wait for the details to come, then let's do that. So that's why I would speak against this motion. Otherwise, I would have spoken in support. Now, there being no other speakers on this amendment, then Councillor Lennon, question?
So do I close before?
No, so what we are doing right now is we are voting on whether this amendment becomes the motion. So this 5-point amendment becoming the motion, who is in support of that? Please raise your hands. And that is Councillors Lennon and Ward. And then against this becoming the motion, that is everyone else. So 8 councillors. We go back to the original motion, which is, actually, there was a foreshadowed amendment by Councillor Alec Taylor. Do you still wish to foreshadow?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can another councillor raise an amendment at this point?
They can.
They can. So I'd welcome any other councillor to do that, but I'm not going to bother doing that tonight.
Okay, are there any other speakers to Councillor Kay and Petet's motion or questions? If not, we will put that, I will ask Councillor Kay to sum up if she chooses.
I'll just be really brief. There's obviously a lot going on in this space. As the motion states, let's wait until we have more clarity. Thank you.
So let's put this to a vote. All those in... We have a question, Kay and Petet, whether you'd like to add an extra S to SEP, so housing SEPs, plural. Would you like to incorporate that?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. Councillor Petet's not certain. I'm just going to take that as accepted. I was going to put this to a vote, and that's where we were up to. So I'm just going to put it to a vote now, while understanding that Councillor Lennon had the light on. But I had already put it to a vote. So all those in favour of this motion, that is, just checking with Councillor Ward and Lennon. No, so that is Councillors Kay, Spencer, Pettit, Smith, Wheatley, Councillor Alec Taylor, Councillor Greg Taylor, Councillor Nye. And against this motion are Councillors Lennon and Ward. So I declare that carried. Next up, so I just note that the time is 11:39. We still have 6 motions, and what I'm going to propose is that, look, what I'm planning is that if by 12 we're still going, then we adjourn till tomorrow. But if the councillors here would like to adjourn now till 7 p.m. tomorrow,
I can't attend tomorrow.
Sorry,
a number of us can't attend tomorrow.
February next year, they're not,
Can we, so do you want to adjourn now?
yes.
Why don't we do one more?
Sorry, procedural.
Yes.
So firstly, you need to
Councillor-
put a motion to whether to adjourn now or not. And then if it is successful, then the second step is to put a motion when to adjourn to. And you decide a date, maybe tomorrow or February. Am I making sense? It's a two-step thing.
Just
Let's at least finish the general business items, which is only one more to go.
Yep.
We've got C1, so we do have a confidential.
Point of clarification with the acting general manager. If we were to adjourn but have not yet identified a date to adjourn to, can we say we adjourn to a later date to be determined? Or do we have to say right now what it is?
Mr Mayor, the Code of Meeting Practice requires that either by resolution or the Mayor adjourn to a time, date and place. So the Council should decide when it's going to meet again. If the Council, so the Council could adjourn till the February meeting, or else you would need to pick a date before then.
Okay. Yes, Councillor Smith.
Mr Mayor, through you to Director of Corporate, is there anything on this agenda that's going to be impacted heavily if we just do not address that matter in our next February meeting?
Mr Mayor, so the items left are GB14, which is the other part of the NSFA. So it'd be probably handy to tidy that one up because we've done the first half of that. Then there's the Marion Street Theatre minimalist repairs for opening. I'd prefer not to comment on the importance of those because they're obviously important to the
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
It was mainly GB14, so I can see that it makes sense to deal with that. But I would propose to deal with the notice of motions and C1 in February.
Yeah. But, I mean, we've got the soccer community who have patiently sat here all night. I think we at least owe it to them to at least finish the general business items.
So,
Continue with G14.
unless someone moves that we adjourn right now, we will continue with GB14. So, in the absence...
Can I move that we adjourn now? Because I just don't feel we will get through the whole GB item with only 15 minutes to go.
That is to be
I
proven, but you
well,
can move it. You're more
Yes,
than welcome
I'd
to
like
move
to
it.
move it because
So-
I feel that then councillors would be cut short in their time.
So to clarify, you're moving to adjourn the meeting
Yes, to February.
till February.
Yeah.
Do you have
The rest of the items.
Yes. Do you have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Spencer. Let's let's just put this to a vote. I think people have an opinion on what to do. Those in support of adjourning all of this through till February, please raise your hands. That is Councillors Kay and Spencer, and against are the other 8. So the request to adjourn is not proceeding. We are now moving on to GB 14, an SFA sports grant request for owner's consent. Do I have a mover? Councillor, just to clarify. I understand that the council staff are making a minor adjustment to GB 14, which is the officer's recommendation.
Yeah, if I can just explain it. In GB 11, part of this was already dealt with, and then there was also a modification as per the memo. So anyway, you'll see it on the screen shortly.
Is this it? Or is it coming? That's it? Right, so understood it was moved by Lennon, seconded by Key. Wheatley.
Well, I'm happy if Councillor Wheatley wants to move and I'll second.
Okay, so Councillor Lennon as mover.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I feel like I should speak quickly. This is really a formality, as we heard or learnt in a memorandum, I think yesterday, from one of the directors, from the point of view of the relevant state government authority, that there has been implicit consent. I think the word used was clarity. Given all that has happened, when this council voted to approve the heads of agreement earlier this year, that was implicit consent. I think that the Northern Suburbs Football Association quite understandably progressed on the basis of this council consenting informally to what was happening. The point of this motion is simply clarity. It's to confirm, for the paperwork, that this council gives consent to this sports grant application to allow it to proceed. It really affirms what we've decided in the past, and I encourage that we support it.
Councillor Wheatley, a seconder.
Reiterating everything that Councillor Lennon said, it's just a formality, and I think that we should approve the officer's recommendation.
Councillor Pettit.
No, if that's okay, Councillor, not necessarily that high up, but, you know, it's great to appreciate calling me that. Anyway, isn't it good that we're almost there? And particularly for the NSFA and all those thousands of footballers out there, from the little tackers up to the big adults, to get this thing underway and to get the grant funding and make those bureaucrats happy that they've got this bit of paper with owner's consent so they can tick that box and it's all good to go and they can give them the money. How good is that? Merry Christmas, as they say. As Jerry Maguire would say, show me the money. You know, open that wallet, get that checkbook out. Now, unfortunately, we don't have Alistair Penskin's the big check giver out. Unfortunately, he did that previously, which is great. But this will be great to see this done and dusted. Everything's ticked off, tickety-boo, as they say. We move along, we get down a covered seat happening at some future point in time, and then the community will look back and say, geez, that took a while, but it was worth it. It was worth it. So, and those that actually have suffered, you know, various melanomas out in the hot sun, will actually be able to get out of it with some nice covered seating. Happy days and Merry Christmas.
Thank you. If there are no other speakers, I'd like to ask Councillor Lennon to sum up.
I don't need my money's worth. I'm quite happy to be short and punchy. Let's go home. Thank you.
Right, thank you. So, let us put this to a vote. All those in support of this officer's recommendation, they are Councillors Pettit, Lennon, Smith, Wheatley, Councillor Alec Taylor, Councillor Ward, Councillor Nye. Those against are Deputy Mayor Kay, Councillor Spencer and Councillor Greg Taylor. So I declare that carried. Now, I would just like to, under 8.2, I would like to move that we change the order of business, that next we address item C1, the procurement of external consultant to assist with the recruitment of the general manager. Seconded by Councillor Ward. So, item C1. It shouldn't take long. So those in support of moving C1 up till now? Oh yeah, so Councillor, well, let's see if C1 is moved. So the vote that we are putting forward right now is whether or not to move C1 ahead of NM1 so that we may deal with it now. Those in support of moving C1 in advance, please raise your hands. And those are Councillors Alec Taylor, Councillor Greg Taylor, Councillor Ward, and myself, Councillor Nye. Those against doing C1 now is everyone else, so Councillor Kay, Spencer, Pettit, Lennon, Smith, and Wigley. That is defeated. Now, look, it's getting late. Open to a motion. Yes, Councillor Pettit.
I'm quite happy to move that the meeting be adjourned, that these items be transferred to the February 2024
I second that motion.
meeting.
So, everyone, let's focus. We have a motion to adjourn the meeting through till the February ordinary meeting of council. This means that these 5 will be dealt with in February, on whichever date it is, 20th of February. So all those in favour of this, please raise your hand. And that is Councillors Kay, Spencer, Pettit, Lennon, Smith, Wheatley, Councillor Alec Taylor, Councillor Greg Taylor, Councillor Ward, and I'll vote against. I'll vote against. So I declare that carried. Wait, we're not going yet. Wait, if we adjourn, do we have any of these other conclusion things? I don't think so. It's all over then. So then I call this meeting adjourned at 11:51 p.m. and we will resume at the February ordinary meeting of council. Unless someone calls an EMC.